showing success there, specifically in the laning phase. But on the other side of this, we have a champion that I thought was going to be way more contested, even by Cloud9 going into this game, and that's the Thresh.
You know, both of these supports are massive proponents of that Thresh down in the bot lane, and I too am surprised to, at the very least, not see it picked up on the bans. Its place in the draft order definitely warranted here. Red 1 picked up for Maryville is exactly where we anticipate it to be taken here. If you're not taking it as your first pick, you best believe that Shady's going to take that for himself down in the bot lane here. Paired up with the Lee Sin as well, numerous amounts of plays that can be made with these two in tandem if these two go roaming through a jungle.
Now, with the Nautilus responding to it, it's still going to be a sort of odd matchup, but definitely one that the supports are used to. And oddly enough, even though things like Karma aren't banned away, I don't see either of these teams as really going towards that style. Even with the way that their mid laners like to play, both Spyrex and Captain Shrimps really do like the ability to roam and impact the map with a little bit more damage than something like a Karma will bring. And with the Lulu already taken off the table, with things like the Bruisers being locked in, it's no surprise that we're just seeing more damage get thrown onto the Rift with things like the Hecarim and the Akali.
Now, I do think that Karma will still hit the bans here because there's a very real possibility for C9 or Maryville to take this in their back pocket. When you see these big, aggressive AD Bruiser junglers, you get to imagine how powerful that Karma can be as a utilizer in the mid lane. Being able to puff up this Hecarim, potentially even this Lee Sin, which is a triple flex for Maryville in the jungle as well. It can be played. So getting the Karma off the table here just removes that chance of giving these Bruisers that buff that they so desire. And we also saw the first round, Lulu got taken off the table near immediately. And I know you're laughing and that you're loving this TF ban because this is Speedo's bread and not Speedo's, excuse me. This is actually Captain Shrimps' bread and butter.
Yeah, this is definitely Maryville having done their research, and I know that our analyst desk alluded to this, going, maybe we didn't have the time in between slapping yesterday's Gateway Legends and coming over here to play in the semifinals to actually pick up, do your research on the Cloud9 Amateur, but clearly they have, and they've taken away already this Twisted Fate, and now are considering taking Wixie's Aphelios off the board.
And that would definitely be a big power play right here. Not only does the Aphelios denial feel incredibly strong, but also giving that pairing with the Thresh as well. Need to see Shady in the right position for those dark passages. It's the main reason that people feel confident taking the Aphelios. And this has been Wixie's answer to bot lane, seemingly since the start of the playoffs right here. Quarterfinals took this 2 out of 3 games and was quite happy to play into nearly anything that was thrown at them by Resolve.
Oh, and we even get budget Twisted Fate in the mid lane as well. We get to play around the classic style of Cloud9 Amateur, but so importantly with that, Caitlyn, I know we have a Silence Lock on the other side of this. This should be pretty self-explanatory with the way the matchup works, but before we get into the way the teams want to play, I want to know a little bit more about why Caitlyn into Aphelios.
It's because very few AD carries can actually match Aphelios at the early levels, right? The sniper ability, the sniper gun for Aphelios gives him much more range than pretty much every AD carry. And when I say pretty much every AD carry, there is a single exception to that rule, that exception being Caitlyn. You aren't able to bully out laners quite so easily with the Aphelios Thresh pairing, particularly up against this Caitlyn, because she matches your range. Every auto that you go up for when you're trying to deny them a last hit or trying to poke them out on their last hits themselves, the Caitlyn's going to do the exact same thing here. And in the bot lane pairing, yes, Nautilus has a slight disadvantage up against the Thresh. You know, we've got to the point now where people are recognizing that the Thresh is a slight counter to the Nautilus in the distinct micro level, but still, Caitlyn being paired down on that bot lane with a Nautilus, there's plenty of nailable CC that you can layer the trap underneath and get those headshot combos going through.
And since this lane is definitely going to, or rather expected to be, a Cloud9 Amateur focused or winning one, we can sort of take that and start to expand it into what the game plan is. Because if you have priority bot lane, maybe you're looking for more of these dragons. I actually don't hate the team fighting of Cloud9 Amateur. What does Maryville bring to the table against this comp?
They have got also just an insane dueling triple on the top side right here. Akali, Lee Sin, Silas, 3 melee champions that want to get down and dirty from the get-go here. Their ability to get into the backline, to get into any sort of skirmishes is pretty much unparalleled here. Yes, Hecarim and Gwen are really good duelists on that top side, and Gallia providing a little bit of CC. But in the early stages here, I definitely know that I'm going to be favoring Maryville in their efforts to try and break away a little bit of a lead around that top side. if that's where we see the priority. They also have for Maryville a large amount of split push potential here. You know, Galio in the late game, somewhat of a non-factor. You want to be using him pretty much for his hero's entrance. And then outside of that, you know, the taunt, the CC, but it's not Galio's damage that you're picking him for. Whereas you look at Maryville on their side, they've got a Carly, they've got Silas. Their damage in the late game only ramps up. And we get to see where the lanes are assigned because obviously Akali and Silas can both be flexed. But, you know, as soon as those matchups start to come on through, come the late game, it's going to be one hell of a ride.
And I think that we can even look a little bit earlier because of
Mm,
exactly what you say around that jungle top duo. I know that our analyst desk alluded to this as well. Whoever can throw somebody off their style is going to come away with the advantage here. Now, Cloud9 have done this before. We saw it in the last day of groups here at Risen Champions with their ability to swap things up, play their own game, and take games off of Zeus Gaming, who was by no means a weak roster. The same thing can be said for Maryville here. They've definitely gone for something a little bit more orthodox with things that people are familiar playing with,
yeah.
like the Galio here. But the thing that I don't know if Cloud9 will be able to adapt to in this scenario is the difference in playstyle that Maryville bring to the table. They've got a lot of very, very strong lanes that can and will solo kill you.
Exactly right. Those solo kills really do need to be fought for in these early stages because I believe if we're, you know, top lane matchups are anything to go off, we're going to get a Carly versus Gwen, which is about as volatile as it gets up on that top side. Both going TP Ignite, both looking toward Conqueror and Riftmaker here, which makes their intricate, makes their back values and those incremental advantages so important. If one person comes back with a Leeching Leer, the other one comes back with just boots, for example, or just components, then that's a distinct advantage that you're going to see up on the top side for either way. And those solo kills really can start to turn the tide of a fight, turn the tide of a game, because both Gwen and Akali do solo carry games in an instance. And if they get those leads, they can very well take over a game.
And this is where I'm hoping that somebody like Cloud9 has done the research as well, and
Mm.
specifically people like XU and Captain Shrimps, because they also have the unique advantage of being able to watch the way that Maryville played yesterday. And the way that Maryville was playing yesterday in Gateway Legends was very much a bring Odd Orange up to that top side around the 3-minute mark, get a kill, burn a summoner, do whatever you need to get Shippies a lead. And that's exactly what I'm expecting from this composition. So definitely, Cloud9 do have their work cut out for them. And in the first game of the best of 5, this is the mood that is going to be set for the rest of the series. You want to come out on top. Let's see who can do it once we get back from a very short break. Welcome to the Rift-a-roo, dude. We're hitting it here for game one of the semifinals between Cloud9 Amateur and Maryville U. If you've just tuned in, these are in fact the comps in front of you. Cloud9 with their classic mix-up of the meta here. They've got the Hecarim, they've got the Caitlyn. They're looking to throw Maryville U off their game.
They definitely are here, dear, and first of all, I want to highlight our summoner spells of choice here, at least in the top lane. Speedo, instead of the classic TP Ignite, and not even going down to the TP Exhaust, is going TP Barrier, taking a book out of Warwick top lanes across the world here, taking the barrier into the top lane to try and maybe bait Chippies in, get some kills going in his back pocket instead, and maybe just give himself even more sustainability, like Gwen even needed it.
Yeah, I am definitely not somebody who's been exposed to the barrier tech yet, so I'm excited to see how this one plays out, although I'm sure that Chippies is maybe a little bit more competent with playing with that extra little bit of HP than your standard caster might be, at least in my case. I'm going to let him handle this one. He's got Ignite Teleport, though, on the Akali, so nobody really having that extra bit of mobility that Flash provides might make for some spicy ganks in the top lane.
And first of all, I want to commend you on your modesty to say that you aren't as good as Chippies, you know, an OS top laner previously so experienced that you yourself don't quite have the same caliber, but you are quite right here that the Ignite on the top side, definitely a bit of a counter to the barrier as well, if we're talking just in terms of summoner spells, but in terms of counters, level 1 Gwen is one that doesn't really have too many. You're just able to use the E, use the attack speed to find multiple auto attacks that are simply untradeable by the majority of top laners here, and most notably not Akali, which is our important factor for game number 1 here. Definitely going to be struggling in the early phases here to begin with. First CS secured for Chippies. There we go. And we're seeing that Speedo as well having a fairly nice time.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm happy for Speedo up in the top lane, and even though he doesn't know yet, he should be even happier, because it's Odd Orange that's chosen not to go the way that we expected him to, not go towards that top side. Instead, start clearing in the top side, moving towards bottom, leaving Chippies all alone as XU roams up.
Yeah, I want to highlight XU's pathing here, because he's gone from 3 camps on the bot side to instantly dive top lane. TP comes through as well.
Okay, we're going to get a little bit of support up here, but it's not going to save Chippies for now. Spyrax needs to find the kill, but he's teleported up a little late, does answer one back, but it doesn't get kill participation for the Silas, and it's a losing play for the side of Maryville.
Yeah, that TP goes up, really gets himself nothing out of it, not even assist, not a kill either. And a lot of minions missed under the turret right there for Chippies. That was a big wave that got caught by Spyrax there. So it is going to mean that Chippies TPs into the mid lane. This is the versatility of Akali, Silas as your solo laners. You're quite happy to rotate them around the map, just to put them in different matchups here, and particularly when Gwen has got a nice little advantage out of the gates right there. Chippies doesn't want to be up against that.
Absolutely not, but you don't want to be in this bot lane either, as Wixie almost gets caught by that hook. Instead, it's Breezy who just takes a chunk instead of losing his life. It still won't be too excited about the potential of laning into more of these death sentences from Shady.
Shady almost predicting the flash right there. It's fortunate that Nautilus has got such a large hitbox to prevent Wixie from being caught out in that instance. And we're getting to see glimpses here of why this Thresh could very well be such a highly prized pick throughout the rest of this series. It's going to be an absolute fiesta down on that bot side when trying to collect those supports up in the draft. And we'll have to wait and see if it becomes a Nautilus Thresh trade or if that some more Thresh priority really does start to come on through. For the time being, it's Maryville that have got the playmaking of both engage and disengage with the Lantern capabilities. But so far, it's definitely C9am that found themselves a little early lead out of the gates.
Yeah, they're actually pretty happy, and because that gank didn't actually end up going off, as scary as it did look, Odd Orange definitely isn't. He's had to take the reset, go back up to this top side, where his top laner's already been dove, and still needs to make that big early impact as the Lee Sin. We're still waiting for these plays to go off, and Chippies, most of all, needs that support.
Yeah, Odd Orange here, though, and that's one E going in.
Yep, this is really good for them, and remember, Speedo doesn't have that flash, doesn't have the barrier either, so should go down even inside of the mist right here. Chippies needs to escape, and it's a trade of 1-for-1. Speedo might still go down, has the sustain though, and with that Conqueror, almost clutches the play before Odd Orange takes him down.
But still, a 1-for-1 in that 2v1 situation is still incredible for Speedo. The wave, I'm looking at it on the top side, I don't think it's great for the Gwen, so that is going to be the little solace that Chippies can take from that. But he's able to TP back up, able to push that one under the turret, and the second wave might not get there in time, actually, which means that Speedo down a little bit worse for wear, but still turning the kill in that back favor. Being able to find one in the 2 versus 1 just goes to show quite the power of Gwen.
Absolutely massive with this champion, and very clearly has put in a lot of the practice here in between the matchup against Zeus Gaming and now, because I remember very specifically seeing the matchup of Gwen into Urgot and going, this is not the move, C9. But now I am very much convinced Speedo can go toe-to-toe here, especially when he's got the backup of XU and Captain Shrimps coming in from the mid lane. The Hero's entrance lands, and Chippy as well, he's gonna die again.
Winds of War picks up the kill, Summoner Heal keeps XU alive, and Speedo almost goes down off the back of that as well. A lot of Summoner spells burned, and we are seeing that the spell book really helping out this Galio. Another successful dive. Chippy's really feeling the brunt of the damage out of C9 Am in the early game. And when we find advantages like this for C9 Am on the top side, your attention turns to the bot side. What are Maryville getting across the rest of the map? The answer, a dragon, some nice mid lane CS leads as well, but that bot lane where we might anticipate them having a little bit more of a lead, should Odd Orange have focused there a little bit more, isn't really palpable just yet. You know, the CS lead 5 at the minute, they've got themselves a decent wave state for the time being, but Wixie's just taken a recall. Him and Breezy are going to look to go back into that bot lane. They need to be careful because Shady is waiting in the brush. We do see Odd Orange as well on the bot side of the map, just currently killing that Grump. And you can see that the respect being paid by C9 Am's bot lane is definitely warranted.
Absolutely, and the sort of way that the wave has been positioned really does keep C9 from having an impact there. And when you're talking about things like that, the success of the bot lane, you look at the rest of the comp and you go, okay, well, if we're not investing in Wixie and Breezy, if we're not prioritizing them, or even if we are and they can't get ahead, who else can we turn to? And fortunately, the answers are rife towards the top side. Things like Speedy and XU that are ahead could be win cons.
And we came into this, right? I know that me and you had a little discussions prior to this game thinking that Speedo was potentially going to be a little bit of a sore spot here for C9 Am, and I was kind of hoping to see C9 play around Wixie, get this AD carry ahead. I believe that this guy has got a really big brain, at least in the AD carry role, knows exactly what he needs to be doing and exactly how to do it. So if we look to get Wixie ahead, that's maybe a way that we were anticipating C9 Am would take some games. But they're looking to the top lane this time round. They're looking to set up Speedo for success, and if they can find success with Speedo, I think C9 Am can find success with everybody.
Yeah, and you know, C9 may not be playing exactly the way that I thought that they would, but the one thing that has stayed constant, and I expect to throughout the whole series, is that it's Captain Shrimps and XU that determine the pace of the game. Because Wixie, as you say, he and Breezy are really, really smart together, but they have to wait for the rest of C9 to group up around them, and so often it's Captain Shrimps going for these wild plays here, even overextending in the mid lane right now. We'll have to burn the flash. But the fact is that he and XU together can make unthinkable things happen across the rift.
Galio Flash, fairly important for C9. That's a big engage tool going down. Obviously, Galio is typically secondary follow-up, but that secondary follow-up can be devastating if you find a Flash taunt. We're now seeing down on this bot lane, Azog and Shady able to get themselves a couple of plates right there, getting really good wave manipulation, forcing the base out of Wixie and Breezy to then force the wave all the way under the turret and get 2 plates for themselves is actually a really big lead that they're able to pick up just through that single presence shown on the top side. It meant that Odd Orange down on the bot side was able to at least not even show his face, but the mere threat of a potential Lee Sin meant that they had to pay due respect, and holding the wave as they did, Maryville have found themselves a nice little comeback mechanic out of that bot lane.
I'm still waiting for Odd Orange to really show up, though, because warping the game state with the threat of your presence is good, but it's not enough right now, because you're only doing it in bot side, and Caitlyn is still going to be a problem come that mid game, especially if you've got somebody like Gwen and somebody like Hecarim to back her up. So I still want to see this Lee Sin maybe help out Chippies a little bit, get this Akali back into the game, because that's really your big answer into a lot of these threats. If you can take out Wixie with an Akali, it could be big. Looking back into the mid lane though, and Captain Shrimps has maybe stepped up a little too far again. This time will go down for it.
Yeah, triple taunt, not enough to save the Shrimps in the mid lane. And look at the vision around the mid lane here for C9 Arm. It's very sparse. There's that ward that's just gone down from XU, too little too late to save his mid laner. But you can see, roaming up from the bot side, it's absolutely free for Maryville to move on in, pick themselves up a quick kill on the mid laner, and get Odd Orange to yet another power spike here. Picks up another kill for himself. That Gore Drinker or Stride Breaker, whichever one we end up seeing, will be incredibly powerful for the Lee Sin. And again, finding advantages through just being able to limit vision, choke out the vision hold that they've got around mid lane. And again, Maryville finding themselves a slight little advantage, pretty much closing up this game.
Yeah, this is exceedingly close at the moment. Just that single dragon really in the favor of Maryville right now. The plates, of course, though, classically uneven at the moment in the favor of Maryville. It makes me wonder where all the gold on C9 Amateur is coming from.
Yeah, and you know, it's the top side, really. It's that kill and a couple of assists that Speedo has got. He's also managed to secure at least one plate and has a nice little CS lead there in the top lane. So again, nothing incredible coming out, and maybe that's what we would have liked to see from C9. You know, they focused so much on this top side. 3 kills onto the Gwen, or onto the Akali rather, and that's not really gone as well as Maryville now finding a fight.
Yeah, big fight down here towards this dragon. A root lands onto Hecarim, forcing him to ult backwards, and it still might not be enough. Breezy almost gets caught out, but a good trap stalls Odd Orange for a little bit. Shady's hook is going to go wide, but it is Maryville University that forced Cloud9 out of the dragon pit just in time to start up the Inferno.
They commit top lane TP where Speedo stays up on that top side. So this is a trade here for top lane priority to keep Speedo ahead of the curve. He finds himself an additional 3 plates on this top side where Chippies burns his teleport and gets absolutely nothing for it here, save for the dragon, the stats that gives. But that is little consequence right now because Speedo is going to be very happy with that top side.
Spyrax in the mid lane, gonna tank some turret shots. I'm wondering if this results in anything, because really Galio doesn't have damage, but it's Spyrax that does. So, hey, when we said that the laners could solo kill you, somebody should have listened.
I wonder if this is going to result to anything, said the play-by-play, as the mid laners just kill one another right there. Spyrax even up against the Oblivion Orb right there with that reduced healing, still able to demolish Captain Shrimps under the turret. Yes, it's good for anti-healing, and now bot lane.
Eddie's hook does go wide, so Breezy actually should be relatively safe here, especially with the Aftershock proc. But my eyes turn towards the mid lane as you see that notification appear towards the top of your screen. It means that Shelly is getting a little bit more gold into the pockets of Cloud9 Amateur, keeping them within touching distance here right a minute before those plates go down.
And now is when we start to look at the teams here and look at the gold more specifically. The leads coming through. C9 Arm have that lead up on the top side, but pretty much everywhere else here, the mid and the bot lane going to be favoured for Maryville, and they're looking for yet another play down on this bot side. If they find another hook, who knows what could come through here. You can see the gold lead, 800 for the AD carries, palpable in the difference of items right here. Just components versus the Kraken Slayer for the Aphelios, distinct advantage being accrued.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get more painful here. The one thing that I'm looking at for Cloud9 to try and shut down people like Azog and Shady is the teleport mismatch that we have in the top lane. It is very soon going to be able to be matched in the mid lane, but Shrimps has his as well, and you can force a numbers advantage. And when I say force, I really do mean just jackhammer it, but you can find some sort of advantage there. Find yourself not only in a numbers strength, but also with the ability to shut down somebody like the Aphelios, and then maybe once you get somebody like the Caitlyn back on board, you can start taking team fights more confidently.
The issue that they're going to have, dear, is that traditionally, if you want to force a fight around your TP mismatches, you go where the TPs aren't. In this case, bot lane, and in most cases, traditionally bot lane. But we look at the items for C9 Arm, and they can't force a push. They can't force the dive here. So what they're going to rely on is Maryville pushing the wave into them and then trying to set up vision behind them to TP down onto. And we've got control wards in abundance. We've got some nice sweepers as well already picked up by mid lane, by the supports of Shady. It means that wards behind the turrets or behind the lane aren't really too preferable, aren't too easy to come by, and that TP mismatch isn't too easy to find.
Oh no, and unfortunately Wixie's gonna get caught out in the jungle as well,
Double
making
Galio.
this even harder. The Galios come in and Captain Shrimp has to disengage Speedo's coming in though, and he's the Fed Gwen. Can he turn this fight there? The scissors are doing so much work, but a hook is gonna land, and Speedo is gonna go down as XU shows up right into the stasis that saves Shady's life, and they continue the fight front to back in the enemy jungle. Maryville are doing ridiculous things to Cloud9.
Red, white, do not fight. Say it with me, chat. Azog able to live for so long during that team fight. And we got to see firsthand what Maryville can do with their vision. They walk into the jungle of C9am and single-handedly turn the game on its head right here. Picking off C9's Wixie in the early stages of the fight. And then from there on in, it looks like C9 could have turned it around. But the mismatch of not having an AD carry in the fight was all the difference that was needed. Azog is able to pump out an absolute insane amount of damage. Spirax, Odd Orange, Chippies all collapse, all combine, and make the fight come to fruition. Maryville now with a 2,000 gold lead, decidedly in command of this game.
I want to take that back in time. I want to run an alternate universe where Speedo does get the chance to get that damage off, where Wixie isn't deleted instantly. But the thing is, Maryville, with their execution there, makes certain that they're able to win that. And like you say, the gun's playing no small part in it, of course. Azog definitely backing folks up, now has a big injection of gold with him to be able to take that Kraken Slayer, turn it into something even more game-winning. Towards the top side now, Odd Orange is taking the Rift Herald, a mid lane is being pushed in, the top lane is being pushed in. There's no contest here, and Speedo's been relegated off to shoving against Spyrex, which is not a matchup he's going to win as easily.
Definitely not, and I want to draw attention once again to these AD carries and the mismatch in the items right here. The CS difference may only be 10, but the turrets, the plates that the Aphelios was able to get, Azog is so far ahead of this Caitlyn. Caitlyn renowned for being a champion, but doesn't do well from behind. Does not do well if she's in a mid-game dip. Down a level over Azog, that was 2 a little bit ago, and almost an entire item behind as well. If we're counting Berserker Greaves, she really is an entire item behind here, because we've got the Runance components already here for Azog. He's in an incredibly strong position as we look toward this third dragon here. C9 aren't going to give this one up.
Odd Orange just goes aggressive onto Speedo. They know that if they can shut him down, they will win any team fight by default. Spyrex returning into it, now with the Hecarim ult to back him up. Using that to get out to safety. Well, the backline, Chippies tries to delete Wixie. Pops that Immortal Shield though, and the Zanyas as well, but is going to get trapped and taken down. This is an uneven fight at the moment as Maryville press forward. They turn their attention off of that dragon, take control of the jungle, the red buff, and even more.
Take everything that they can here. Why not force C9am to lose every single force of the objective that they would have ever wanted? And with the fight going in their favor as well, they're able to take down the dragon on the back end of it, taking away the red buff to add insults to injury here. That gold lead goes by another 1,000. Wixie's lead really not a thing, and with Azog in the lead himself, goes back to base, picks up that Runance Hurricane now, going to be dishing out untold amounts of damage through the team fights here that are soon to come. With Baron 2 minutes away, with Soul now 4.5 minutes away, it's only a matter of time before Maryville look to finish off this fight and start to get themselves some meaningful objectives, because as much as 3 dragons is a good baseline, nobody's looking at this and going, that's a win condition.
Absolutely not, but what certainly is a win condition is exactly what we got the chance to see right there, and it's the way that the draft from Maryville interacts with the way that these players love to play the game. Seeing Chippies be able to dive into the backline while Odd Orange and Spyrax take a 2v3 or 4 in the side of the Dragon Pit right there is such a defining feature of this roster, especially when we compare it to Cloud9, who definitely don't like to play that way. If they had something like the Galio Hecarim here, it would not be as good, but in the solo lanes, maybe Spyrax is going to get caught out. The hook is going to land, and Kingslayer's not quite enough here, does end up flashing out as soon as the Galio arrives, with XU committing himself down to the bot lane. This should be a kill going over. So much is being wasted on him, though. I'm wondering if this is worth it.
Well, let's see what Maryville can get on the other side of the map. They've started off with 1 turret in the top lane, looking like they're going to be able to secure themselves a second one in the mid lane as well. Wixie steps up here. He could very easily die. Odd Orange has flash, has a control ward as well to send that Caitlyn right back into the midst of Azog. But look at C9 here. They have a numbers advantage. They're chasing them. They're corralling them into their own blue side jungle. And you feel like there's only one dark passage to go round right here, but C9am, they don't pull the trigger. Azog able to get back out to safety. And overall, it's a kill in the bot lane for a turret, a kill and a turret rather in the bot lane for just the one turret on the top side. So C9am, a little bit of life right here. They find themselves a beneficial trade.
Perfect timing as well with Azog. Did have red and white for that fight, so definitely something that I think was clocked by Cloud9 going, you know what? We'll
Red,
take
white,
it
don't
next
fight.
time. Yeah. They listened from the last time and went, this is definitely not the one that we're going to take. We'll try again next time. Maybe we'll get green-purple.
Maybe we'll get green purple. That's certainly not the setup for Aphelios, but here comes Chippies now with Shady on the other side.
Wixie does not have that escape condition, has to burn the heal, and it might not be enough even, as the Immortal Shield Bow does nothing to keep him from being deleted, and 2 teleports into this mid lane should make it a very easy cleanup for Maryville as they claim another kill on Speedo.
Oh, you just feel so bad for Wixie right here. He plays the Caitlyn, tries to try and keep himself safe, but Akali just too strong. You see the difference here between the top laners. Speedo dives in onto Azog to try and take him down with just heal. Azog's able to stay alive, and even through Immortal Shield, though, Wixie, with the support of Breezy as well, unable to find anything, but now C9 looking to contest this Baron.
I don't think they're actually able to pump out the damage here.
No.
We'll see if XU can go in for a steal, but even he is being zoned out by Spyrex. Might be taken down by the combination of him and Shady if the fight goes long enough there. Good root's going to land. It's going to be XU burning the ultimate to get away, but followed up by Spyrex. Could just be his death. Spyrex is the one that goes down, and XU escapes on single-digit HP.
The ace in the hole actually having a really big impact right there. That damage definitely helping out in the instance and keeping XU alive. Of course, Maryville U are going to be very happy all the same. They come away with the Baron, and yes, they give up a kill onto Spyrex because he goes just a little too far forward there. But at the end of the day, it's still a very good spot. Okay, I was worried a little bit there. There was a potential for an engage off the back of Gravitum and still having Lee Sin kick, but Orange bites his tongue a little bit there, holds the nerve, and sort of says, hey, you know what? We're not quite down to Clown just yet. Going to take this one safe, take this one securely, because they've got a Cloud Soul spawning now in about 45 seconds. And with that, you have to imagine that another big power spike with the Baron, with the Soul, with everything that they're looking toward, might be able to break open this game. And a little bit of a cheeky little Fnatic brush coming through right here. This is a 2-man band trying to take down somebody from the Maryville squad. And honestly, I'm not too sure how prolific they're going to be at doing it.
No, that doesn't look like it's going to yield too much success here, but with Maryville finding a lot of success themselves, I think that they'll be just fine trading this one over, see if maybe we can pick a fight towards the top side. I wanted to ask you, though, since the teams are on completely opposite sides of the rift, and we've got a second, with only what was just a 4,000 gold lead that is now expanding, how is it that Maryville are making this game look so convincing?
Honestly, they were able to keep the weather the storm really of the early game that C9 were looking to put down. Dredgeline used and stolen away. Depth charge doesn't really find anything, but something that we wanted to talk about these teams here that we didn't really get to touch on, and it's a stylistic difference between the two teams that I feel, and I think you'll agree with me here, that if C9 are playing at Maryville's pace, Maryville are going to win. If these two teams are even come 10, 15 minutes, Maryville are going to have the advantage because they're just the team that have better macro. But if C9am are able to combine the forces of Captain Shrimps and XU to find themselves some early leads, get themselves snowballed and dictate the pace of the game in that favor, then it's when Maryville is going to struggle. That's when C9am are really going to be able to put their pedal to the metal and maybe try and find themselves some leads. As it is with this game, Maryville controlled the early game here. Yes, they lost a couple of kills on Chippies in the early game, but he's been able to stabilize, been able to keep himself relevant. And now Maryville are just looking to control the rest of this game. That trade right there was so exquisite because they recognize that they can give up a single Cloud Dragon. Their job right now is to get as much gold off the rest of the map as possible, and they do exactly that. And now C9 are looking to retaliate.
XU's on the hunt here. They know that if they can just pick off Azog, things will be okay. But he's so safe behind Shady, behind Odd Orange, that he's able to pump out damage on the Aphelios and almost take down Captain Shrimps in the process. As the Galio goes down, Spyrax goes into the backside, tries to take down XU, who on this little HP will be much easier of a kill this time. Spyrax once more, though, even looking for Wixie under the turret. Will the Caitlyn be able to survive? Now when everyone piles in on top of her, Wixie goes down. Breezy soon to follow, and Maryville might just be looking to end the game, despite the fact the Baron has expired.
Yeah, despite all that as well, Chippy's had his fun on the top side, able to find a solo kill up there up against Speedo. Says that you had your fun in the early stages, now it's my time to shine. Maryville come away with the fight, and they're going to come away with game number 1.
This is actually a ridiculous turn there, as well as the Baron expires, able to turn that into a fight. It's the signature thing we've been seeing from Maryville, finding plays in unexpected places, and it'll net them that first game victory here in the best of 5.
And that was all off the back of C9am overextending, trying to find Azog, trying to pick him off. But we saw for first hand quite how powerful this Thresh can be, able to provide a lantern, able to provide enough safety to give off the Aphelios' spacing to let him reset the fight, put himself in a good position, and start dishing out untold amounts of damage in that instance. You can see it there that the distinct differences between pretty much everybody come the late game. C9am definitely struggling in this instance to keep pace with Maryville. They went for a little bit of an early game skirmish up on that top side and definitely got Speedo a lead, but you can see that the end result, definitely not what they wanted.
Certainly not, and coming off the back of that game, it's Cloud9 that once again find themselves in the exact way that Sherv said, needing to throw Maryville off of their pace, because clearly what they did this game wasn't quite enough. I'm curious to see what Sherv and the rest of the analyst desk has to say about the way that this game went once we return from a very short break.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Esports Analyst Desk, where apparently doesn't matter what we say because the exact opposite is going to happen. Shrev, we were expecting a lot of focus towards the top side for Maryville and a lot of focus towards the bot side for Cloud9 Amateur in that game 1, but it turns out the exact opposite happened.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So obviously with Cloud9 Amateur coming in and trying to play that strong side top, gameplay was pretty outstanding, right? The early game did go the way that they wanted it to go, right? It was just the failure to execute at the neutral objectives and in those mid-game team fights that ultimately lost them the game.
Yeah, exactly what Sherv just said. It was early game went exactly to plan for Cloud9. They went top side, they got Gwen ahead, they put the Akali behind. Everything was pointing to the fact that Akali shouldn't even be a champion until 30 minutes or so, really mitigating her strengths. But a couple slip ups there in the mid game or early mid game from Cloud9 got the rest of Maryville back into the game, and all of a sudden the failure to recognize that they did not have a mid-game team comp and that their spikes were not in the mid-game, whereas they were on the side for Maryville, they just get completely run over.
Yeah, and as you said, Mystic, Speedo has been transitioning a little bit more to some of these carry-oriented champions, and we saw Cloud9 make a conscious effort to focus towards that top side. They got the matchup that they wanted, the Gwen into the Akali. They went and forced that level 3 dive. Sure, it only worked out for a 1-for-1, but it sent Chippies behind so far that, and then eventually, it was a really big lead for Speedo up there in the top side. But as you said, Mystic, a lot of misplays around some of the objectives and some of the decisions of when C9 were allowed to go in and when Maryville just had control. Just they didn't have the answer to that.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because everything did go their way in the early game. Like they had the perfect setup, and then just not playing their comp the way they needed to play it. When you have a Caitlyn, when you have a Galio, you need to play more towards the later stage of the game, later game team fights. We saw a couple times Wixie gets picked off at the beginning of fights. We're getting late teleports in to try to save them, late Galio ults in to try to save them when you're put on the back foot straight away. And unfortunately, because your champions aren't on their spikes, you're not able to put the damage through that you need to into the 15-20 minute Akali that did get caught back up, 15-20 minute the Silas that got caught up, the Lee Sin, the Aphelios that was a bit ahead throughout the game because of the focus that C9 were putting topside. So just perfect storm when you factor all these things together means Maryville were able to claw their way back and eventually just run the game.
Yeah, Dylan, you have anything to add to that?
Basically everything that he had mentioned, right? So, yeah, I think that it's more or less that if C9, like Maryville just made C9 uncomfortable in that mid game, right? So, basically whoever made each other uncomfortable then was who's going to win the game. So Maryville did a great job in game one. I'm excited for the rest of the series.
Well, Cloud9, it's for them. It's back to the drawing board right before we head into the draft for game 2. Mystic, what are just a couple things that C9 have to do differently in order to take this game and even out the series?
I think the early game, I don't think they really need to change anything. Their draft looked good. They were able to sort of force Maryville's hand. They were able to play to their strengths early. It's mainly just Tails emphasizing, hey, here's when our comp works best. Here's when their comp works best. Here's how we need to play around those spikes, around our valleys, and just macro and micro communication, specifically the micro communication in the mid game. We saw that just fall apart with the late TPs, with the late Galio ults, or starting off on the back foot on fights and just trying to save fights that were already unrecoverable, just to cut their losses in moments where they were trying to save them last game, and also picking their spots a little bit better so that you don't throw away your lead like they did by not playing to their comp strengths.
We'll see if C9 can even out their mid game and even out the series. We got Dia and Rooted to take you to game 2.
Dear, unmute the mic.
Unmute. I'm so sorry.
Welcome.
Welcome back to the show, guys. It's Cloud9 Amateur versus Maryville University. It's gonna be super exciting.
A
and hey, you
little
know what?
louder for everyone at the back.
I won't be muted this time. I'm so sorry, guys.
All right. We made it back. Cloud9 Amateur versus Maryville University. The analyst desk has set us up. Now let's knock it out of the park as we're expecting these teams to do. Crucially, we haven't swapped sides, Rooted, and that's always something that makes me go,
Makes you think.
Yeah. Because I didn't feel that Cloud9 got what they wanted on the blue side, so why not try the red side? You know, what did they think about the blue side that was so perfect for them?
You know, honestly, it probably didn't come from the Gwen first pick, or it came from the Gwen first pick, and they're going to recognize that, hey, we can find a lead out of this, but what we need to do this time is accelerate that lead. The analyst desk touched on it perfectly, that they were able to generate this lead, and then seemingly out of nowhere, the lead sort of subsided. So it really doesn't matter all that much if C9 are on the blue or the red side. I want them to find their advantages and look at how they can accelerate them. Use XU, use Captain Shrimps, use that sort of powerhouse duo in the mid jungle powerhouse that they can use, right? And hopefully, if they're able to turn the fight and get themselves even more of a lead without hemorrhaging, and they didn't even hemorrhage down on the bot side. That is not the right word to use at all. There was a really stable bot lane that came down. Breezy and Wixie had a nice time down there. But it was the fact that they took just a little too long to find any advantages across the rest of the map that enabled Azog to really come back online on that Aphelios, and also to keep Chippies back and now stabilized.
Let's see if they adapt to that with a little bit of a difference in the champions here, because that's the thing that I'm looking at to see not just, of course, what Cloud9 are doing, what their game plan is, but how they're feeling out of game one. Is that that was our bad guys, we need to swap things up, or is that you know what? We just misexecuted on exactly what our game plan was. It was correct, like the analyst desk was saying. We just need to push it that little bit further. I'm very interested as to why they've banned Gwen here.
Well, they've gone for the two-piece here. Both Gwen and Akali have been removed from play. And that opens us up for a whole world of new spicy picks to start coming on through here. We've got the likes of Renekton and also the likes of Lulu still up and ready for contention here. So to begin with, the Renekton first pick, something that we have seen become pretty dominant. Honestly, Renekton's just been hitting the ban table far too frequently. And now we get to see some level of play with the Renekton. It's worth mentioning here that this is a flex pick. Can go to both Captain Shrimps and to Speedo in that mid and top lane role. Once again here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shady just lock that one in, take the Thresh for himself, because this once again opens up to not only deny Wixie his Aphelios if they want to take that one early on, but also just a strong staple support to have down on that bot side to find any form of engage.
And I honestly don't see the problem here either with picking up something like a Lee Sin. You can, of course, try and go for this Varus that they're hovering. It'll give you a little bit more lane dominance and also potentially open you up to counterpick in the bot lane. But if you want to play your game everywhere else and have your bot lane to rely on as a rock, I think it's a really good first couple picks.
Ooh, the Sun and Moon combo comes through from Cloud9 though, and they are going deep diving. They are fishing for this Varus who has been locked in. Very early on, they took it away here, and honestly, it's to be expected. The draft didn't allow for a Varus in the previous game either. If they were going to go through the second round of bans, it was going to get taken away here. This time round, picking it up for themselves, they're going to be going in with these engaged style champions. The jungle matchup definitely going to be something to keep our eyes on. We saw Orange take the Lee Sin in game number 1. Reminder that this can still go in 3 different roles. But Lee Sin into Diana, a very heavy brawler matchup.
It definitely is, and the Diana is something that is going to throw a wrench into how I see this game playing out, and specifically where it goes. If it's on XU or Captain Shrimps, could make a really, really big difference. Whereas the Lee Sin, sort of no matter where he slots in, I don't think Maryville's way that they want to play the fights changes that much.
Not yet, for sure. This Lee Sin can also be really well used as a disengage tool. They were hovering the Gragas as a sort of teaser of this. But this could be a game where we see Lee Sin sit on the Varus, become a bit of a kick bot, and send Diana right back out, making her life pretty darn miserable here. We're anticipating that it goes into the jungle. We're anticipating that XU's the one to take this one for himself there. And if the Diana jumps in, tries to get toward that Varus, Lee Sin kicks her right back out. It simply doesn't matter how many she caught within the initial Moonfall, because the second proc is going to be off in Narnia. There's a very real chance that this is used as a disengage pick here, and I would love to see it.
There's a lot of potential coming through. Maryville University, they've got their pick of the litter in terms of bans here. Not seeing an AD carry picked up. They're going to take away the early game prowess of the Callista, and of course the Captain Shrimps special on the Twisted Fate, leaving him to potentially take that Galio again. And without his Rumble either, I'm sort of left thinking that that's sort of the last remaining thing that he can do. We'll see if he proves us wrong, but Maryville, they're going to be the ones to have first pick here, maybe giving Captain Shrimps a little bit more information about who he could be playing into.
So this is probably just going to be another flex pick, honestly. The power of Red Side is that you can flex literally everything anywhere. Obviously, outside of the bot lanes that we can already tell are going to be fairly standard, but the top sides really are fairly flexible. And as I say that, of course, Maryville, please don't... Oh, okay, well, you know what? They lock in the Ornn. And if it's Ornn mid, then I will quite happily just do the rest of the cast blindfolded.
Yeah, you're like, all right, this is what it comes down to. Cool. Nothing is gonna happen mid lane. I would actually not super mind it, but I would like it, mainly because I like the ability for it to make plays, but I would prefer it on the other side. I feel like it's much more, especially after last game, a Captain Shrimps sort of pick with the ability to walk around the jungle, be that tanky boy to back up your jungler. Instead, Cloud9 Amateur not going to have too big of a tank front line as they lock in Lucian Ezreal.
And again, reminder, this is still double flex solo lanes. Lucian can be played top lane, can be played in the mid lane as well. The Ezreal as well, I've actually seen, and you will as well have done DSC. Ezreal mid pop up a little bit here, but that sort of suggests that Lucian would go down to bot lane, which isn't something that we're all too familiar with seeing. And I am very grateful that they lock in the Azir, because this means that I can now see the rest of the games, that I'm not going to have to be blindfolded, and that it is indeed on top lane. I was slightly worried.
Yeah, this is something that will give you a lot of safety. It's very standard. It's a very safe pick, recognizing the ability to double flex here. Azir's going to be able to keep a lot of folks at range, and while he may still be bullied by the likes of the Lucian, it kind of leaves Cloud9 Amateur with a lot of flexibility and not a whole lot to I'm looking for a word here. Not extrapolate, but expound on to.
They're very limited, I feel like.
Thank you. Please just
Yeah.
continue the point. I don't
No,
know anymore.
you're completely right here. I think that Maryville have got themselves a very strong draft right here because so far the tools that C9 picked and then Maryville locked in right after, right? We saw that Lee Sin is a really good disengage tool. Thresh as well, right there with you. Chain of Corruption can both start and stop fights. They lock in the Ornn, they lock in the Azir, two champions that are great at both starting and finishing fights as well. Azir with that Emperor's Divide can do the exact same thing the Lee Sin does, right? The Diana jumps in, the Azir shoves it right back out. The Diana jumps in, Lee Sin kicks it out. The same thing for Renekton, right? These guys don't go jumping in. It's just going to be rinse and repeat. They send them in, they get sent right back out. And C9, they go for a little bit of a pivot here on their draft. They recognize, hey, these guys have got some pretty decent disengage tools. We're going to go for something that can play from a little bit more range, playing around the culling of the Lucian, playing around the poke, the mystic shots coming out of Ezreal, more so than anything else. Because if they'd have doubled down and gone for something like the Kaiser, something that we know likes to get down and dirty inside the team fights, this game would have gone, I feel like, drastically worse for C9 Arm. And that's not to say that this game is going to be any easier regardless.
No, not at all. This is definitely going to be a high barrier to execution game for both of these squads. Maryville, I'm curious to see which way they choose to take their Varus as well, because more often than not, it is that lethality. But
They can
I
get away
could
with
see things
lethality.
swapping up. You know, like go ahead. You seem to think it's definitely the lethality here.
Yeah, so typically you look at your mid laner and you say, okay, what type of damage do they provide? If I'm looking at something like an Azir, like a Cassiopeia, that's consistent DPS. I'm very happy to take lethality and sort of pigeonhole my window of damage opportunities into strong piercing arrows and potentially the hail of blades proc with the dance of arrows coming through for the E as well. That's the Kindred Q, by the way, not Varus E, but either way, using the abilities that Varus has at long range definitely sets up for the poke and is also a really good dissuasion tool, making C9 Am not want to force those engages. You take an empowered Q to the face as the Diana and you're down a quarter of your health, you decide to go diving into that backline and you're already losing that chunk of HP. You're saddened by that and you don't want to do it.
Okie doke. Well, I'm also curious to see how that plays out, especially because so much of Cloud9's win condition is going to be threatening that bot lane, is going to be forcing Maryville University to play on the defensive. So if they can do that, I think we're good. But it's largely up to people like Azog and of course people like Odd Orange to keep that from happening. Let's see how it plays out on the Rift in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 Amateur going up against Maryville University for the second time tonight. Cloud9 found themselves down one game. They've swapped things up to be a little bit more aggressive this time and hope that they can come out on top.
And this is definitely the C9am style that I was hoping to see right here. I talked about it briefly in game number 1, but C9 need to dictate the pace of this early game, and I want to see them do it more so around mid-jungle as opposed to using top as a gateway to enable the mid and jungle duo here. They've given Captain Shrimps much more agency this game. Obviously, from the Galio to the Lucian. Very big power curve, you know, from one champion to another. You can definitely tell that Lucian's going to have much more agency in terms of hard carrying than that Galio will do. And if they've got any champions to do it here, Diana, Lucian, two very strong champions to find early game skirmishes. This is the sort of window of opportunity where C9am are typically going to be stronger. And once again, it's going to be a case of if Maryville dictate the pace of this game, then it's going to be pretty much curtains for C9am, because post 15-20 minutes, if C9 don't have a lead, it's pretty much doomed. The team fight for Maryville is just too strong.
And I want to echo your point about the mid lane, especially because when we talk about pace, one of the things that I look at is I know. One of the things that I look at
lane
is
bully, by the way.
What is happening right now, Speedo?
Yeah, sure. Okay, you know, lane bully, by the way, Renekton Omega Lul. B1, by the way. Getting slapped by the Ornn. Carry on.
Might happen in the bot lane as well. We might have to wait just a second. Breezy actually commits to this and might have signed his own death warrant there as the play comes in, chunking him to less than half HP, and Azog suffers only minor scrapes and bruises for it.
Okay, so we're trading into Hail of Blades virus, which is never going to go well for us, and obviously they did get the Aftershock proc, but you can see that Maryville are just happy to command this bot lane. This is a bot lane that they are going to slam regardless, by the way. This is sort of the exception to the rule in this game, because C9am have a very strong top side, and for the early stages at the very least, a particularly weak bot lane. Ezreal, renowned for being a pretty weak AD carry in the early stages. Varus, renowned for being a very strong one. Similarly, Leona doesn't do very well into the Thresh if you're able to predict or even just see when that Zenith Blade comes on through. You are very easily able to predict and use that Blade to stop the Leona's engage, keep your AD carry safe. An absolute worst case scenario, you fire off a quick lantern, but on orange, he's in the mid lane. Captain Shrimps has no ward.
Oh my god, it feels so bad to be Captain Shrimps right now. Over the wall goes Odd Orange and Spyrax investing the flash here. They want this kill. The last auto going to land from Spyrax over the wall, and that is first blood.
And they can continue this trend into the topside jungle right here. This Lee Sin is stronger than Diana. And look at the top lane. Speedo is being absolutely boozled up here, and he's getting his health bar taken incredibly low. Forced to take a recall. He gets it stopped.
Oh, no chippies, though. He's in danger. Has the support over the wall from Odd Orange. Watch the Q there that doesn't connect on Speedo. Barely not managing to thread the needle, quite literally, as we pan over to the fight in the bot side where Shady lands a hook only to meet his death. Breezy's going to go down to an auto from Azog, but now Wixie at full health wants to fight Azog in the wave. Has a lot of damage on this Ezreal at this point and is able to pick up a double kill.
How very well played by the C9am bot lane here, thriving amongst the chaos to give themselves a double kill over to the Ezreal. Wixie coming up clutch to find that one. That is not anticipated. That is not what I was expecting to see from this bot lane, but it's something that we get. It's a nice advantage for Wixie and something, a little bit of a power point that C9am really shouldn't have been bargaining on.
Definitely not. It's difficult to say that you can take coin flips right now, but it seems like Cloud9's, at least for now, does come up heads, and they don't lose that much in the top side as well. It's really just Shrimps and Breezy that have gone down, so you're pretty happy as both squads at the moment, and even happier if you're able to freeze this wave.
Exactly, right? This is sort of limiting that lead that they were able to accrue for themselves down on the bot lane. You know, they got smack dangled in the 2v2. Yes, the Ezreal's able to come away with 2 kills, and Varus gets 1 in response, but they're more than happy on the Maryville side here to keep that wave frozen and stop that lead from exponentially growing here. Ezreal, not a champion known for his snowballing in lane particularly, but still, when he finds himself those couple of kills, he's going to be feeling very, very happy about it.
You know who is really known for their ability to snowball in lane? It's Ornn, ladies and gentlemen. Ornn
the tank bruiser, assassin mage, assassin hypercarry. Tank.
He will slap you in the lane, and he's
Oh.
already doing it up there on the top side. Brief pause comes in. I'm not exactly sure what happens, but you know what? We got over that hump fast enough, and Chippies is able to continue his reign of dominance, already having completed the Bramble Vest into the Renekton.
And that's a strong start at the very least here. And
What
our
is client?
our
What is
feed
League of
is
Legends client?
has frozen. So we'll wait tentatively for production to let us know if that's on our end or just the end itself, because
No,
well, yep, autos.
I was gonna
Well,
say production must be losing their mind as well, because like you could see the camera moving around, and I know that on the other other end of this, there's a producer screaming.
yeah, shout outs to Jay behind the scenes here, who is doing absolutely everything in their power to make these games run smoothly. Obviously, does not control Riot Client, and who doesn't control Riot either is Captain Shrimps, who's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, not able to even control his lane, it looks like. Odd Orange walking right in here. Gonna eat a culling very happily, take the kill, and it looks like Captain Shrimp's gonna call for a pause. That's a conjecture, by the way. Captain Shrimp's not confirmed as having paused this game, but I definitely wouldn't be upset if he did.
Well, the kill comes through, then it's the pause. We'll wait to see if there's any confirmation on what that's about, if there's any lag issues coming through. This is the second pause that we have just seen. And we'll take the break a little bit back here, bring you back to see our wonderful little perspectives on this game. Honestly, strong start for both sides, really. The fact that C9 and were able to get themselves 2 kills down in the bot lane is kind of unprecedented. Definitely not something that I was anticipating, but for the rest of the map here, Maryville really running it.
Yeah, it's really good for Cloud9 to be able to pick up the kills, as you mentioned, but what I prefer about the Maryville side is that they're running the game through mid-jungle, and it's just solo kills in the bot lane for Cloud9, and one of those has a lot easier of a macro translation, and it's the mid-jungle.
Honestly, you are, you're quite right. The mid jungle was where we'd highlighted being somewhere to we were expecting C9 to really start playing through and start looking for their advantages this time round. And the fact that that is the area that is really sort of suffering this game kind of goes to show that how much of a lifeline Wixie and Breezy are being down on the spot side, because otherwise, this game really going to go downhill very, very quickly. We've seen firsthand up on that top lane quite how rough it's been for the Renekton up against the Ornn. It's not been looking great for Speedo there. He's definitely been struggling, and the fact that Ornn is still absolutely slamming the Renekton in terms of the wave control, in terms of the power that he's been able to assert in the laning phase exclusively, again, just adds to the pressure being put onto C9's bot lane.
It certainly does, and I'm hoping that for Speedo's sake, he's still able to be relevant in these mid-game fights, because I was talking a little bit with you in the break in between the draft and the game about why this Renekton was picked. Last game, of course, we saw the Gwen, this time taken away by Cloud9, and then they first picked the Renekton as well. Definitely a little bit of an oddball in the current meta. It's not something that we often see first picked, and I think it was because they saw last game and went, well, we didn't get the Gwen surviving nearly as long in the midst of the fight as we wanted to, and Renekton should be able to do that better. And I'm hoping to God that even from behind, that you get the utility from Cloud9 that they were hoping for with that pick.
Yeah, even if they don't find success with it, I think they need to double down at this point and say, okay, like this composition that we have doesn't win late game, unfortunately, right? Like we would have to pull off some absolute masterclass of late game team fighting to come out on top in this instance. And that's maybe not something that they want to be relying on exclusively, right? They would love to find themselves with a lead. So start going for these high risk plays, fairly low percentage plays at that, but they have high rewards, right? Already, they find themselves down a fairly large hole on that top side of the map at the very least. So they need to try and stabilize that, try and neutralize it here. And it does revolve around making these riskier plays and maybe throwing your lead even further away. But at that point, it's just ending the game a little bit faster in a game that you maybe weren't going to be going to play too well either way. And they have two ways of going about that. They can either continue to sort of brute force that top side, or they can start trying to play around this bot side, the winning lane that we didn't really see coming for the Ezreal Leona, and maybe they can try and force a lead that way.
I'm taking a look at the drafts as well, just on my other screen over here, and trying to brainstorm if we do have Renekton behind, which we do. And
Yes.
we've got Diana and Lucian here, and Ezreal Leona does have quite a bit of stall potential as well, and there isn't really a whole lot of very strong side lane on the side of Maryville University. Do you see that as a sort of viable way to try and play out the later stages of the game?
There is a real possibility they can stall this game a little bit. I think the on wave player is just going to be a little bit too much for C9 Am, so it really does come down to hopefully them being able to use the Renekton and Lucian in harmony to have at least one of them deal with the Azir. And dealing with an Azir as well in a side lane, not something that's particularly easy because he just outranges you. But I think that you raise a very valid point here that those champions in a side lane aren't comfortable. There's a very real possibility that they can maybe be aggressed upon, whereas Renekton and Lucian for that point are fairly comfortable in the side lane and can get a nice little lead there.
Yeah, I want to see if that's sort of something that they can abuse or try and take advantage of to get themselves back into the game, because I don't think that Cloud9 are that far out of it. It just takes a few macro missteps from Maryville University, and we've seen them do this before, although the mistakes have been lessening and lessening as we get further into Risen Champions League, which I feel like has been a really big stepping forward point for the Maryville roster as a whole. We saw them come out of Challengers Uprising with not the best performance, I'll say. But
Lackluster, yeah.
yeah, exactly. But now that we've gotten really deep into the season here at Risen Champions, I feel like they've been able to take all the individual talent that they drafted themselves and really make a cohesive team that we're seeing here and that we've seen throughout these last couple games from Maryville, even yesterday in Gateway that we keep referencing.
Yeah, and also right to Maryville's point here that they are, technically still an OQ team, right? They came from the qualifiers to make their way in. Everybody was expecting them to make their way in, and then still have themselves a decent time of it in this tournament. But still making it to the semis is a vast improvement here from not even breaking out into playoffs from Challengers Uprising. So definitely excited by their prospects here and winning game number 1, coming into game number 2 somewhat strong here to begin with. It's all ticking all the right boxes here off the back of their really big 3-0 win in the CLOL tournament just yesterday. Really not showing any signs of fatigue, any signs of lack of prep, because they're doing very well.
They certainly are. I want to see if they can continue to do well, but first I want to see what on earth is holding them up. So we're going to take a quick break on this side, try and see if we can figure out the technical issues by assisting the players, and then come back in just a few minutes with hopefully the remainder of game number 2. As we're back, we saved the day. Orange still murdering Captain Shrimps in the mid lane. That's exactly what we saw before we left. We might see a little bit more murder in the top lane as Chippies gets Dove as XU finishes off that kill, assisted by Speedo, or rather, I guess the other way around is the way that we would say that. We've managed to get everybody reconnected. Wixie turned his computer off, turned it back on again, and now we're all ready to keep playing.
Yep, the classic turn it off, turn it back on again strategy here, and we're seeing blow for blow really coming through across the sides of the map right here. Bot lane this time, the hub of no action as we see dive top lane and a kill in the mid lane as well. So again, another little trade-off. Renekton finally picking up something, getting on the board here, diving the Ornn. Not something that we see happen too successfully all that well, but managing to whittle him down and sort of giving the caster curse as me sort of praising Chippies right here for being able to beat up this Renekton. We do get to see a little bit of a dive come through in response and, a little bit of life back into this Renekton's lane.
Yeah, And I don't want to take away from Chippy's either, because as soon as that happens, he teleports to the top lane, shoves in the wave, and now gets to roam on a level 6 Ornn looking for the plays. And you can see Captain Shrimps having to play so ridiculously far back with respect for not only Odd Orange, who we cannot see, but also the Ornn coming from the top side.
And now, dear, I have an interesting sort of little fact about this series that I'm going to bring up to everybody now, because on the other stream, the Academy stream, if you guys aren't checking that out, Wildcard Red did take game number 1 up against Zeus Gaming. And what that means is that if Wildcard Red take that series, take it 3-1, 2-3-0, however they may decide to win, whoever wins this series actually books their ticket to Proving Grounds regardless.
This series specifically.
This series,
oh,
yes.
this makes sense. Wait, we're going to have to hold that as Shady might die. Does have the back of Odd Orange, and the hunted become the hunters, as very quickly the disengage needs to come in from Cloud9, but they can't quite do it in all areas fast enough. And Captain Shrimps is going to go down one more time here, as on the flank there's Speedo and Breezy. They've got the lockdown here. Might just be the trait of Shady's life, because Breezy really wants this kill, but they can't get on top of anybody.
Tier 2 boots versus Tier 1 as well. Unless Speedo's got Slice and Dice up again, he's going to allow this Thresh to walk on out. And that right there is the exact foreshadowing of later team fights that I want to be showing off right here. Odd Orange, the second Speedo flashes in range, gets kicked out. He spends no time, and now the re-engage with the Ornhorn.
XU, he is not having a good time right now, and even less, not able to even play League of Legends for like 4 seconds there, taken down in his jungle as well. Look at the vision control from Maryville to set up for that.
Beat up, knocked down, XU there, finding it very worse for wear inside his own jungle. Maryville have been so good at doing this, just making 3-man, 2-man roams into the enemy jungle, using a single sweeper to dismantle, to dislodge anybody that's lurking inside the C9 amateur jungle here. And they're making another statement game right now with a 1,000 gold lead here. It might not seem like a lot, but remember what we said at the top of this game. If C9 aren't ahead at that 10-15 minute marker, they are decidedly behind, and Maryville having this lead is very catastrophic if you're a C9 Am fan.
And I mean, consider who's ahead as well. It's not just the Lee Sin that's fed, who's going to provide you a lot of early game power. It's also Spyrax on this Azir, who's going to scale into a monstrosity. And that's the really scary thing, because that's where Maryville have one of their biggest advantages over Cloud9.
There's nobody that's looking at this game and going, oh yeah, you know, well, it's only 2 kills on an Azir. You're quite right, dear, that this is daunting to look at. You're looking at this Azir with 2 kills of his own, accelerated towards that mythic item, and you know that in the late game he is going to be an absolute powerhouse. We can see it in the items of the mid laners right here, just how far ahead Spyrax has been able to get himself just off of Captain Shrimps. Pickaxe versus Longsword is the equivalent of the Lost Chapter, and the Lost Chapter, about a third of what Spyrax has in his inventory, the completed Luden's Echo.
Yeah, ridiculous, actually, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to pump out on the Azir. We're going to see it play out, I'm sure, very soon in a skirmish. But for right now, they're going to let this Rift Herald go over, since Odd Orange wants to take his reset. As I say that, though, I may just eat my words. This is spotted out, and Maryville might try and take this fight.
They're stronger right now. If they want to take this fight, they are more than entitled to do so. Ornhorn not quite available, but they're still going to look for the fight regardless.
Vito's going to go aggressive here. The kick should be coming in soon, but instead, double flash away. But Spyrax on the side, putting out the damage on the soldiers, is going to be enough to dissuade Cloud9. Spyrax is very confidently pushing forward here, wants to find XU, is going to get that Diana taken off the Rift, and now the Rift Herald well and truly belongs to Maryville, as in the bot lane. It's Wixie, who did have 2 kills. Still might not win this, though. Shady. Hook. Oh my god, he gets it.
Oh,
Shady!
Oh
my god, Shady!
Stop it! This man has a family!
Absolutely disgusting on this Thresh, by the way. This is why we needed to ban Thresh. This is why I'm so surprised that it keeps going over in that first round.
Oh my word, that is incredible. The action still not stopping here. The top side now, C9 Am lose the Rift Herald. Are they going to lose anything else? No, because Maryville give them away and let them, let them live to fight another day right here. But I'm still dumbstruck.
It was a wild fight in the bot side. I was actually thinking about comparing the Spyrax. You remember when we were like, nobody's sitting here going Azir, he only has 2 kills. And I was going, well, people are sitting there going, well, it's only Ezreal who has 2 kills. No longer are they doing that. Because after that, you're definitely going to start respecting Wixie and hopefully committing a few more resources down to that bot side, especially as the Dragon comes up.
Yeah, this is another objective. Has been up, has not been taken
For
yet. A bit of a detraction from what we saw in game number 1 with that Soul at the very least threatened very early on. But this time round, you know, we're 12 minutes into the game. That Cloud Dragon has been sat just waiting to die, unfortunately. Has not gone down at all this entire game, but now that there's nothing really to do on the top side, you have to imagine that at some point soon, either Maryville or C9 are going to look to do it. And honestly, I think that with the volatility of this bot lane, neither one of them wants to force Prio in case they lose the fight again.
I love seeing Shady walk past there, get a little bit of vision priority on the dragon. As he walks past the dragon, my imagination is like a single drop of sweat just going down the Glad Drake, since it's been alive since 6 minutes, just waiting for somebody to look at it. It's like, I'm hiding, guys. Don't tell them I'm here.
Yeah, this is the Stealth Herald. That's why it's up in the clouds. Has absolutely no idea that it's actually been spawned. Either of these teams still waiting for their opportunity to break down this first dragon of the game. Maryville U here doing what appears to be a bit of a classic right now of just force priority and force a roam into the enemy's jungle. C9 Amateur don't particularly have an answer to this. You can see that Xu has given it up, is going up to the top side of the map instead. And it's worth noting here, if we have the time, Captain Shrimps could be in trouble, is absolutely fine on the other side of that though. Lee Sin, down a lot of gold, but believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I say down a lot of gold, down a lot of CS is what I meant to say. Kills and assists give a lot of gold as well, actually equal on Mythics, despite the 30 CS lead for Xu.
The plate's going to do even more here as well. This won't take the tower, but the Rift Herald is going to give you a nice little bit of extra threat on the mid lane priority that Spyrax is able to provide, make it that much more deadly with every wave that crashes to the map priority that Cloud9 have already lost.
Now, dear, I'm going to ask you a question. I want your just immediate answer. Anybody on Maryville, just Maryville for this game, that you wouldn't want to see given an injection of gold like that?
Anybody on
in this game in particular?
Maybe it's here.
You're correct. And which champion just got the big injection of gold from Maryville from 2 plates and solo turret gold?
I'm going to say a little bit more confidently, definitely Azir.
And you're 2 for 2, dear. You've nailed the quiz. Well done. And that is pretty much why Maryville are going to be hard-pressed to lose this game right here. Caster Curse be damned. Spyrax is absolutely insanely far ahead in this game right now. Shrimps, regardless of how well this Lucian might be able to do in a side lane, stat checking, turret checking, wallet checking, whichever metric you choose to pick, Spyrax will win.
He's going to slap you silly with that needlessly large rod that he purchased. Truly needlessly aggressive in this game since it's only 15 minutes and already things are really starting to slip very quickly out of Cloud9's hands. In the top lane, it's been sort of a snooze fest for Chippies, who's been sitting there taking it against Speedo and really not caring at all. Just now the Renekton kind of taking off, one could say, but the rest of the map has really gone remarkably for Maryville, and this is where you can lean back on your team, on the synergy that you've built throughout the rest of Risen Champions, and be able to say, you know what, guys, let's close it out together.
the classic Ornn play right there, as Breezy has found out Azog, and he's just going to get taken down in an instant. A really nice play there by C9, but on the repeat...
Okay, Shady wants to find a kill back as well. Wixie in a lot of trouble right now with Auto Orange on his back as well. He's going to get that kick in. Speedo tries to come back in to finish off the kill, but the wall ends up separating Spyrax from the rest of the squad as he has to flash away from Captain Shrimps, who's on the flank, who picks up the single kill.
They did
it. Now Chippies against the world. Cloud9 starting off with a pick and finishing with a hugely disjointed team fight. Managed to find the ace and out-execute Maryville around this dragon.
And the words that we used before this game here was sporadic nature of C9 and that was exactly that, finding themselves a cheekiest little pick on the Varus roaming through the jungle to try and take the Gromp. We see Breezy Hex Flash over the wall into complete fog of war to try and find a single AD carry. They come up trumps with it, and despite what looks to be a very good set of ultimates from Maryville, they still don't win the fight. Their Varus is far too powerful to be trying to take these 4 versus 5s, and even despite all that, the gold still in Maryville's favor. The dragon did go down. C9 have collected that one for themselves. But boy, oh boy, am I glad to see some signs of life from C9 Amateur, because that was about the end of the window before this game would be pretty much called.
And now they get themselves, like you say, signs of life for certain, but definitely not a walk and talk and body of life to be able to use. They've still got several team fights, I would say, that they need to find or create like they did just then in order to take this game out of the hands of Maryville, who, as we crushed that 17-minute mark, very nearly the 20-minute mark, do have scaling on their side, that dirty S word that nobody likes to hear.
Quite right. Sorry, that caught me off guard. Maryville, though, still looking to sort of find themselves in a controlling space, right? They're going to set up their side lanes, make sure that they're collecting all the minions, but outside of that, for the time being, I wouldn't imagine trying to force too many plays. They've obviously got Odd Orange with this Lee Sin still fairly strong in these skirmishes, but you can see him just by hovering on the top side. It doesn't matter that he's on a ward. It gives free reign for Spyrex to claim yet another turret for himself. Even more gold funneled into this Azir. He's able to funnel and push in another wave as well. So continuing to generate a lead on this third man in the mid lane. Exactly what Maryville are looking to accomplish, and they do so handily.
And it's only because Azir is really ahead right now that he's able to confidently take these side lanes. The fact that Maryville do have themselves the mid lane tower and hence control over Cloud9 Amateur's jungle at a moment's notice. That's the thing that makes this a good side lane matchup. Otherwise, Cloud9 do still have sort of that Renekton and Lucian that you can see in the side lanes right now that they can lean back on and might even still be looking to lean back on. Speedo thinks about making a play onto Spyrex, but as soon as that gets spotted, it is dead in the water as Wall's going to come out, and unfortunately, Renekton, muy sad boy.
I mean, that's a one-time cooldown, Spyrex.
Oh no, and he fails to jump over the wall as well. Now he's dead. That was unfortunate. That was the collapse, and that was unfortunately not the vision control that you need to be stepping up so far.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out and say it. That wasn't unfortunate. That was disrespect from Spyrex right there. You're quite right, not quite having the vision, but still stepping back up into the Renekton. There's a reason you ulted him away the first time. He's scary. If he gets on top of you, he's gonna do some damage, and then you just walk past your wall, allow him to get on top of you regardless. That's not without the rest of C9 Amateur able to move their way up, take the kill for themselves, claim that big bounty once again here. So a little bit of a misplay, honestly, from Spyrex, but it's not without a response on the bot side of the map. Chippy's able to collect himself the final turret, the final outer turret here for Maryville to have completed that entire sweep and sort of gain complete access into C9 Amateur's jungle.
First tower ends up going over to Cloud9 on the top side, which I'm sure is going to make them feel nicer about the way that this game has gone now that they've got that little bit of control that they can wrestle back. But I'm still looking at that mid lane tower, because if almost everything else falls and that mid lane tower stands alone, you're still very happy and safe as Azog and even Spyrex, who can be rotated out in this mid lane and continue to put out pressure on the rest of the map.
Yeah, you lose too many turrets, you do start to fear for yourself, and potentially when those Nexus turrets start falling down, the mid lane tier 1 seems a little bit inconsequential, but your premise still stands.
What game are we casting?
Yeah. I'm just saying that there's an exception to your rule, okay? That's all, But,
I'm sat here going, mid lane tower is good, and Rudid's like, well, yes, but not if your Nexus dies.
I like to give the high-end education to everybody here. This is only a challenger level gameplay. People in Twitch chat clearly don't know what they're talking about, and clearly I don't half the time. That was moderately embarrassing. However, be that as it may, we're seeing the Maryville squad try to sort of not wrest back control, but maintain control really of how this mid game is playing out. First dragon got taken about 5 minutes ago. The second one going to start spawning in about a minute, but my oh my, Maryville, they're just using Herald on the top side, and they take themselves the second one, and hey, dear, look, it's inhibitor turrets. Not quite Nexus ones.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to consciously focus this dragon, because you're going to be too busy defending your base as Cloud9 Amateur. Now that top lane is cracked, Speedo split pushing be darned, you have a naked inhibitor now to the world, and Maryville should be able to, with the macro that we've already seen, abuse that, especially if you choose to take this fight, which I think they're very well set up for.
They're playing around the Azir turret here, looking to try and use this as a bit of a bastion to make sure that they can make their fortifications early on. Initial skill shots did go wide from Maryville, so they weren't able to pick out Breezy. Unfortunately, with Chippies just sort of shepherding them away on this top side, walking through the river, Maryville are able to go back. You know, they're going to lose tempo, they're going to lose pacing on the play, which means that Dragon number 2 should go here to C9 Amateur and get themselves their second objective, which is something that, you know, Maryville aren't going to be too happy about. When you've got themselves this nice little lead, you expect them to start trying to take these neutral objectives. And a part of me was curious to see whether they try and trade the Baron off the back of that as well. You know, they used the Azir turret in the top lane, would have had complete control over that river and complete control as well. As C9 go down to the bot side, they have an Azir in their back pocket. Could have been an option, but they don't. So what might have been is pretty much all that we're going to be looking at right here, as we do see now an engage.
Okay, XU could actually find Azog here. Instead, he just picks off Shady, and that's going to be the completed kill on a Thresh, which is no small prize, but definitely not a game-winning one, although it may warp it temporarily, especially as Spyrex comes up to cover. I think it's just going to be that 300 gold that C9 walk away with, but they do end up, you know, using it to close the gap that Maryville have managed to still maintain for themselves.
Yeah, and if they step too far up right here, they still need to be careful. This engage can still come through. Yes, Chippies has TP. This is still 4 versus 5. Should all of C9 make their way down? Looks like that's going to be about it. It's just going to be the one and done right there for C9 Amateur. And once again, as you mentioned, closing that gap little by little. Kill after kill. And they also, it's worth mentioning here, burned Azog's flash. And now Spyrex's as well.
That was actually a lot of threat coming through from Captain Shrimps, especially because he's got the, I'm going to say this wrong, Sereldia's Grudge.
Cyrilda's I go for.
Cyrilda's? Okay, we'll go with that for now, but the slow that is coming through from that, and even the armor pen onto somebody like Chippies, actually does a lot for Captain Shrimps here.
You're quite right. The ability to try and cut through this Ornn is something that we'd sort of not necessarily memed on, but that I'd been questioning in the early stages here, because this Ornn has himself a very easy build path this game. Also, this is a good little segue here into an item that I think we could have seen. It's Anathema's Chains being picked up actually by the Ornn this time round. It's a very niche instance where you could probably get away with it here. If you build full armor and then Anathema's Chains, put that onto XU, you actually take 30% reduced damage from whoever you bind that to, if of course you manage to build it up over the minute. Then you don't need to build MR necessarily. You just have that item that is much more valuable than any single one MR item if you're taking 30% reduced damage from a champion.
You get to constantly sort of benefit from that, especially when you're so often dealing with XU trying to cut through the front line. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Diana able to access the back line, and that's where you're really leaning on a win condition that doesn't seem like Cloud9 are particularly built for. A clean, pure front to back.
Azir and Varus are two champions that much love those front-to-back team fights, particularly with the Chain of Corruption able to spread amongst the entirety of C9 here. The sort of separation between front and back line, somewhat mitigated by Illusion, really, because he's a fairly short-range AD carry, likes to be in the mix for the most part, but can take that chain right back toward the Ezreal, and that's somebody who likes to be playing at range.
Right now, looking like they're having a little bit of trouble managing their range themselves. Are the entirety of Maryville. They're going to get engaged on by Breezy, and a big Moonfall comes in. It's a double kill going over to XU, and Odd Orange not long for the world either as Wixie goes over the wall. It's another fight that Cloud9 Amateur have found, and very quickly, Maryville, they get put into the ground. They're going to get aced as Spyrex, oh my lord, barely manages to walk this one out. He has that corrupting potion ticking. Will Captain Shrimps go for it? He will not.
Oh, if that Null Magic Mantle was a longsword, Captain Shrimps did a little bit worse for wear, but at the end of the day, they get themselves the Baron, they get themselves another absolutely insane fight right there. Spyrex was away from the Azir, was away from the Diana Moonfall, but that unfortunately means that he can't peel the team. Moonfall came through, locked up 3 near instantly, and we see now that that pick in the mid lane earlier on onto Shady wasn't just a kill on the Thresh, it was the burning of the Varus flash. Burning of that summoner spell costs Azog his life this time round, and now C9 Am giving not just a glimpse of life right here, but that's that big body you were talking about.
It's beautiful as well, with a 3,000 gold lead to back them up. Cloud9 Amateur find themselves in the dominant position for the first time in 26 minutes. With the Baron at their backs, should be able to crack even more of those towers as well and even things up. The way that they've already been able to find these odd fights here and there. a lot of that comes down to who's setting up the plays. I'm looking at Breezy as the hero right now.
Yeah, Breezy has found multiple sort of flash plays, hex flash plays, regardless of sort of instance standing in the game to bring them back into this one. We saw that flash solar flare connect onto 2 right there. We saw the hex flash over the wall, find the 4v5 when they were down bad earlier on, and now Breezy going again.
He's gonna find Azog as well. The Dark Passage going to be able to take him to safety, but this Varus still on the back foot, even with his flash back up. Odd Orange is gonna try and commit and find a creative play of his own, but he kicks Wixie to safety, now having to safeguard out with a teleport separating from his team. Odd Orange is going to go down, and Chippies is not feeling too great either, as the Ornn not too tanky in the face of the Divine Sunderer. Moonfall connects onto the back line, and Spyrax is able to disengage, but it is a crippled Maryville University that walk out of the mid lane.
Couple of crucial misplays, and Breezy continues to be the star factor here for C9 Amateur. Might not look like a lot, but stunning a Lee Sin as he jumps on in does an awful lot of work to keep your carry alive right there. Wixie doesn't have to really burn anything, not that he could have done, but he keeps himself alive. The kick out to safety, in fact, a very rare sort of safety net given by Odd Orange's Lee Sin that time round. And also the dash in from XU. I saw Shady looking for it, looking for the interrupt. Wasn't quite positioned well enough to give it to give that Flay interrupt. And with the Lunar Rush coming through, Spyrax almost goes down. Obviously doesn't quite because of the sort of limited damage follow-up from the rest of C9. But these small misplays here, very rare that League of Legends comes down to these sort of micro misplays in these instances, but with, you know, outplays, misplays coming through thick and fast, you have to see it, honestly, because League of Legends is, at the end of the day, a still very micro-intensive game.
Absolutely is, and 28 minutes in here, soon to crest 30. We're going to get into that late game in just a few, where micro matters a lot more when it really does come down to those single mispositions, those single picks. Odd Orange, he might be in a place to get picked himself. Breezy not going to find the engage here, instead be on the receiving end of it. But once again, the Moonfall comes in, and even though Breezy goes down, C9 might still be able to win this fight. Speedo is able to tank up so many members of the front line. Spyrax goes golden. He's got the build from Odd Orange now, and you're able to play this front to back with a tower for safety. Chippies goes aggressive onto the Renekton in the side, and Speedo is going to be taken down, leaving Cloud9 without the majority of their run.
Spyrax absolutely smurfing that fight right there, baiting in both Wixie and Captain Shrimps, who never really had any agency during that team fight. He's able to take down Speedo, take down XU, take down Breezy as well. Buys all of the time away from the 2 AD carries so that they never really gain access to the backline. Those Magi stacks now gone for XU. The damage, the lead, everything that C9 Am had been building, now slightly removed once again, because this big hyper carry threat that we talked about for Maryville, Spyrax on the Azir, finally comes up huge, finally finds the team fight we know that the Azir is capable of, and turns this fight once again back into Maryville's back pockets.
I am excited and I am scared, and those two emotions mix so well on the Rift, because with Spyrax being able to be such a huge hero, such a playmaker here on this second game, I start looking at the next fights, the next ones, and those are going to occur in 2 short minutes here, with the Dragon and the Baron both coming up within 60 seconds of each other. And within those 60 seconds, Spyrax will not have his flash, will not have that added safety, and Cloud9 have painted a big target on his back.
Yeah, he has got that Zhonya's though, so something to keep him safe at the very least here. Now, we're looking at those overlapping timers. Maryville need to make a play around this Baron pretty swiftly. They've got a minute to do so here, because the longer they stall, the longer it takes for that Infernal Dragon to spawn. And unfortunately, they're down 3 Drakes. They have to try and fight for that Dragon, or they need to give it up and they need to get the Baron and make that Baron really pay. So that they are, like I say, on a clock, need to work their way into the top side, need to work their way through there, and hopefully take the Baron off the board via one mean or another to set themselves up nicely for what should be a big Drake fight. All told, with C9 Am most likely going to want the soul, and they would probably only give it up in exchange for finding that trade on the Baron, which is the so crucial point here as to why I'd love to see Maryville focus that top side a little bit more.
That might be the goal here for Cloud9, is they've got a little bit more room to work with, of course. In the front lines now, Breezy going to be able to play around the fog of war. There's not a whole lot of vision set up, and that's what a lot of these fights are going to come down to. But I love the death ball that we're seeing from Maryville here. Now that they've got everybody on top of each other, now that they want that front to back, and they're in control of where the fight is happening, they say, come to us.
Oh, bait out the solar flare as well. Big cooldown Moonfall.
Spyrax isn't in that. This is still very winnable. Chippy's even not falling below half health. The Speedo on the flank is cutting off everybody here, even thinking about committing. As the
big true
Ezreal
shot.
crests across four members rather. Azog is going to go down, but it's in trade for Speedo on the side. Wixie commits, and so does Exu onto Spyrax. Remember, no flash on this Azir is gonna mean that the hero of Maryville goes down.
2 for 2 here, but look at the units that have gone down. Maryville, you lose their 2 big hitting hyper carry damage sources, whereas C9 Amateur lose their top laner, their tank, and their support. Just that here to provide safety for the team. The rest of C9 now move their way over toward this Baron. They're going to claim their prize. And this Dragon going to be the next fight on the block right here because everybody's going to be up for it. Spyrax has TP to make it in just about in time. We could well see a rinse and repeat right here, dear.
Stakes have never been higher for Maryville right now, as they are at the point where they could lose the game. If you just whiff this fight, the Baron should be enough for Cloud9 to finish this one off. So this needs to be perfect execution, and Spyrax's flash still is not up. It's a tool that you need, and I want to see Maryville stall this Dragon out as long as they can.
Look at C9 though, their items are insane. Ezreal, 4 items. His team fight damage is off the charts right here. Maryville starting off the Dragon.
Okay, will they be able to smite it? It's gonna go low enough, and they do end up getting the Dragon. It's Azog that takes it, while Shady peels away Speedo. Spyrax is still able to put down the damage as the Sterox pops. It's a very big, beefy Renekton that can't quite be finished off, and Maryville, they're gonna be able to retreat and live to fight another day.
Yeah, they get the Dragon here. That's about all they want. You know, the fight after the fact would have been a nice consolation prize if they pick up Speedo, but they're not going to over-aggress for it by any means here. They need to get back, they need to defend because their mid lane turret's going to be under fire. Spyrax has some nice mobility to get himself back to the base. The rest of the team take a little bit longer here as the super minion, or the rather cannon minion, starting to do its work. And one Infernal Drake down. It's a long road ahead of Maryville before they're able to pick up their soul and maybe deny it away from C9am, but that long road is one that they're going to have to traverse.
It certainly is. They need to try and find their fights where they can. We're likely not going to get to a soul if Maryville can actually win enough of them, because at that point, death timers are going to be long enough that, hey, maybe things just go the other way. But for right now, even with Cloud9 having their own inhibitor exposed, they've been in control of this game for so long that I think Maryville is starting to set up homes in their base.
Yeah, there's nothing for them to particularly do outside the base right now. Baron not up for 4 minutes, Dragon not up for about the same amount of time, so they don't mind giving this tier 2. They don't want to be giving up any inhibitor turrets. They might be able to, concede 1, but that's about it. You can see them setting up posturing as Spyrax gets taken down. That's the culling used right now, so that's 1 pretty much per 2 waves at this point. Ability haste on the Lucian. Fairly affluent at this stage, so we'll be able to cycle that one up pretty quickly. But it gives them a window here by using that culling with no Azir to start breaking open the base.
The chunks just aren't being matched right now. The health bar is low on Breezy, but everybody else from Cloud9 is very comfortable. And it makes it so hard for Maryville to actually pull the trigger with Odd Orange and even with Chippies on the Ornn and confidently take the remaining fight. Mid lane tower now broken. The rest of the base still up, but very much under threat.
Scary times for Maryville here. Coming into the game, about 10 minutes in, looked like they were going to be able to storm away with this, but C9, they thrive under the chaos. They were able to find some lovely engages in and around the enemy's jungle, in and around their own jungle as well. Just picking up fight after fight in their favor and turning the game on its head. With a 7,000 gold lead here, we're at the point in the game where that's beginning to not matter, but for the time being, it's still relevant enough to point on out because the items, no team's at full build just yet. Ezreal working his way towards what could well be a Mort of Malmortius, recognizing that there's only really one threat on Maryville in terms of that consistent DPS being Spyrax, so if you've got yourself a little bit of durability for that, you're going to be looking a lot better off in team fights.
Provides you a little bit more room for error as well, and here's where those thin margins do really start to matter. The mid lane priority, the focus for Maryville against Cloud9 right now is they're the ones that are going to be able to cut that wave first. Breezy looking for another one of his trademark engages, though, does have that flash up. You remember the last flash Moonfall? It was exactly in this spot, and Maryville, fortunately, are going to be able to retreat through their own jungle, but they give up mid lane priority in the process, and their inhibitor is exposed.
Yeah, this could very well be that inhib going down, but C9 don't bite the bait right here. They're going to sit back, wait just a little bit longer. And I need to see Azog start using these piercing arrows to find some poke. We're at the point here where Varus has got himself 3 items, but you can tell just how tentative Azog feels to try and step on up. At this point, you know, max range piercing arrow is range for Breezy to find flash engages. This Varus, it's very rare to sort of say that he's feeling pretty on edge about his positioning, but even if he's looking for max range piercing arrows, he is going to be in danger.
I think that's exactly why the stopwatch is such an important pickup for him as well. Even then, not feeling confident, but hopefully with a little bit of your, you know, heartwarming advice, Azog will be able to press the advantage that you can have on this lethality Varus to actually make the pick worthwhile, right? The items that you pick up, this is why you do it, so that you can match the poke right now. And unfortunately, having to play wave clear duty has very clearly impacted the mentals right now from Maryville, so much so they're all grouped on top of each other, and I keep waiting for the solar flare to come down because it looks so delicious.
The front to back 5v5 looks a lot better for Maryville when Chippies is with them. Now Azog takes a little bit of a chunk right there, but we imagine that will be healed up quite nicely. Just a couple of minutes, we get the final mythic upgrade as well. That's something that we've not particularly touched on. The late game ornaments that come through, giving each and every member an upgrade to their mythic item. Infernal Dragon number 4 on the board right here. This is sole, remember, for C9 Amateur. If they pick this one up, they get themselves a big boost in team fights.
Going to be a fight to the death here, and they think they've found Captain Shrimps, but not overly committing to that. There'll be a small chunk out, and unfortunately no contest. Never mind on the Dragon, as Orange, the smooth criminal, swipes in. Now XU tries to answer him back, super mad about that Dragon. Will he be able to find these kills? Spyrex is playing the backline perfectly there, but Wixie is having none of it, flashing forward for the kill. Speedo unfortunately can't clinch the fight either though, and the carries are left untouched on the side of Maryville, being able to back away with a turret at their own mid lane tower to keep themselves safe here. They're going to be able to retreat into the jungle, play this one safe, and continue this game.
Once again, Maryville here looking for the 100 Thieves cosplay, though heist has been completed. They steal away the Infernal Dragon from underneath the noses of C9 Am squad right here. Push in the mid lane is in favor of C9, and that inhibitor going to be taking little chunks of damage. Speedo, this time with no GA, needs to be a little bit careful.
And Chain of Corruption is going to land in the pit as well, delaying any of the follow-up, and in goes Shady. Well, the pick on Speedo doesn't work. It might just work on Wixie here. He's on single-digit HP, and he gets taken down. This could be Maryville's fight as XU is forced to use that Moonfall defensively, but the Culling chews through the health bar of Chippies, and it's going to be still a very even straight 2 versus 3 on the Rift. Nobody feels comfortable taking that Baron.
And look at the waves here for C9. They are all pushed up. This gives them the respite they need to not really lose anything from all of that. Maryville going to go back, going to have to trim those down, deal with those waves, as the inhibitor could very well have gone down had Azog been a couple of seconds later. But we're still getting to see how close these teamfights truly are. The GA's being burned the first time round, and then they revisit it. They come on back. They take down Speedo this time, and they're able to find themselves a fight which is just barely in their flavor, just barely advantaged to Maryville. But this is still a very tough road. Again, incredibly difficult for these fights to come to fruition, but it's at this point when Maryville have done the hard work, they've done the scaling. They have 3.5 items on their Varus. They've got 6 items on their Azir here, and their Ornn as well. Knight's Vow in the inventory, an Abyssal Mask as well. That is going to be doing untold amounts of sort of boosting to damage. If you guys aren't familiar with new Abyssal Mask, anybody that gets immobilized by the champion holding the Abyssal actually deals an increased amount of damage, or gets dealt an increased amount of damage by the rest of your team. That's why we see Breezy picking it up as well, because he's able to damage amp the rest of Maryville if they ever get CC'd by him. So this Abyssal Mask is going to be doing so much work, and now the Baron on the board here. Maryville, they don't have vision of it just yet, but Orange is sniffing around.
And I'm not sure if you're really comfortable doing this after what just happened around that last Dragon. Everybody from Maryville going to group up for this 5-man play. XU goes in there, has the Moonfall onto the single member, but we're still waiting for Speedo to come in on the flank. In the front line, Chippies gets chewed through, and no answer back just yet means that the disengagement from Spyrax is just that. But he goes down, making it a double kill over to Captain Shrimps, and Maryville, very much on the retreat right now, are going to have to give up this Baron.
Well, you say give it up here. Orange is still alive. There's still 8 smite available. And obviously it's going to be hard. Getting into this pit is never going to be an easy task. They did burn Lucian's GA, and here goes Speedo.
Azog isn't ready to fight this either. It's just not the winning play for the side of Maryville. They're zoned out of their own jungle. They're going to have to retreat, give up that Baron, and now potentially give up even more of their base.
But it's still good recognition from Maryville, right? Don't get me wrong. C9 playing that fight exquisitely, able to find themselves a couple of kills, translate that into a Baron. But Maryville don't overextend. You know, they sniff around the Baron pit, see if there's a way in. Is the door unlocked? It's firmly closed. C9 close that one real quick, and they back away. Recognize that they're not going to get anything from that. With the respawn timers of the solo laners not coming through, particularly in time here, they are going to lose out on one inhibitor. The second one as well, probably going to go amiss with that Chain of Corruption missing.
Just get that ult going up. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It's going to find the pick onto Speedo. And that is 1 dice falling. Captain Shrimp's going to be able to escape on the side there. It might just be a singular pick, but they really want this Lucian on the side of Maryville. You want to make it worth it. You want to get map control because this Drake is coming up in 40 seconds. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to find that extra little pick.
Really good culling from Captain Shrimps there. Means that the slow from Cyrilda's gives him enough safety there to buy the space, buy the time for him to get back to safety, back to his base, and now back out onto the map. 20 seconds here on the Dragon. 2 inhibitors down for Maryville. This Dragon needs to happen quickly. If you're C9 you want to stall this out for as long as possible. You're going to get mid prio, you're going to get top prio if you just stall it out. Spyrex did a good job at pushing out that top wave. Mid lane as well, not really been answered to.
Look, you can stop the backs as well. You don't even have to take this fight. There's a teleport ward in the base if you can just keep Maryville from returning there. But the steal comes in from XU, and that's going to change everything for Maryville.
Odd Orange after 2 clutch steals, and Maryville losing that Dragon there. Absolute heartbreak. They'd done everything in their power to prevent this from going over. And in the final third, they're just faltering. Odd Orange with a rare miss on that smite. And, you know, maybe it is just simply Diana base damage, because that felt like that was an absurd amount of damage coming through from the Crescent Strike. But either way, losing the Infernal Drake, losing the Infernal Soul now makes Maryville's job 10 times harder.
So much more, especially because they're still playing into that Baron. It's absolutely ridiculous, but at the same time, I'll be honest with you, dude, I don't think it looks like enough right now. There are 2 waves of super minions pushing into their base, and if you lose one fight, you lose the game right now. XU looks for that fight, and instantly Spyrex has to respect him, backing all the way off. They're just being heralded all the way into their base right now, and that Solar Flare is just to keep them away. Maryville have no autonomy as their inhibitor is going to fall here. Auto Orange tries to go up the play. Wixie so safe though, and Speedo still looking to go aggressive. Well, XU finds another 3-man Moonfall. A good wall is going to come through, separating the back line here, keeping Maryville alive, and then XU is going to go down, and Chippies stays up for now. Speedo gets hooked in, but those super minions, they are the real doom and gloom for the Maryville squad, as Cloud9 just need to buy time for the minions, the Winions, to do the work, and Breezy to make his stuff happen. There comes the ult from Wixie, finding the kill onto Azog, and Spyrax and Chippies, they cannot do anything against the world of hurt that is Cloud9 Amateur.
1 for 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. The series is fully underway here, ending the game with 10,000 gold in the lead right here. The Baron at their backs, the Soul in their back pockets, and coming away with a handy victory there. Off the back of something that, honestly, I wasn't anticipating a little bit here of Leona prowess from Breezy. Definitely showcasing here the power of engage, the power of picking the right fights. C9 Amateur turned the game from what looked like a pretty doomed state into a very nice one.
And from a squad that we wanted to see pick off early as well, who were set behind, they were able to claw their way back in such an amazing way, using people not just like Breezy engages, but XU as well, with this Diana constantly throwing out the multi-man Moonfalls, Speedo constantly on a flank. It felt like Maryville weren't able to use that huge Azir that they had in their back pocket because he was always being zoned away.
Yeah, and rare instances where an Azir gets outranged, but the ability of Ezreal ulti, honestly, just to slow up everybody in that fight, put down a massive chunk of damage with Ravenous and Cyrilda's, those two passives combining, definitely doing more than enough damage. And Wixie here with the Ezreal performance of an absolute lifetime, 10, 3, and 12 coming on through, most gold in the game, most likely up there on the damage charts as well, did incredibly well from the start of the game where he was finding 2 versus 2 kills with Breezy at the back and throughout the rest of the game as well, constantly finding good poke, constantly finding these successful angles to start off these fights with the bot lane synergy from start to finish. C9 having a decent effort down from that bot side.
I was actually really amazing, especially coming off of the last game as well, where I'll be honest, I think we all had our doubts here on the desk about whether they could step to the tune of Maryville. Very clearly now able to play with that pace, make it their own in that late game, and I want to see if they can continue to do it once we return from a very short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Esports Analyst Desk. And gentlemen, we have got a series on our hands. Cloud9 bounce back, take game 2 in double the time of game 1. And Maryville had a really strong early game, had a very strong draft, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was after you looked, if you just got a screenshot of draft, it'd be like, hey, you know what? Like, Cloud9 are going to have to execute almost perfectly to make this work. But in the end of the day, my opinion on draft is if you get the comp that you're looking for and your players are incredibly comfortable playing that composition and understand it to its fullest potential, then I think you win draft. So if that's what C9 got, then hey, they won draft, right? And it looks like it based off of the way that they played those mid to late game team fights.
I don't know. I'm going to have to disagree with you there. This draft looks so illegal from the side of C9M. Like, you have Renekton, Diana, Leona. First 3 picks, you lock yourself into a go-forward play style from the get-go. So then that allows Maryville to just draft Varus, Lee Sin, Ornn, Azir, and there's no way C9M should ever be able to get in on that, but they proved otherwise. All stemmed from that fight down in Bot River when XU body blocked for Wixie, bought him an extra 5 to 10 seconds in that fight, and after Wixie already had 2 kills from the 2v1 in lane, and so that just accelerated the game. It got Renekton back into the game where he was now a threat on the split push side, where he couldn't just be 1v1'd and like choked out by Ornn as far as effectiveness goes. And then from there, we just saw C9AM win almost every single fight aside from that one in topside jungle near Raptors where Breezy didn't have ultimate. So while it was really, really insane from C9M for them to be able to pull this off with the draft they had, Maryville have to be asking themselves some questions about how they didn't pull that game off. Because after the early game especially, I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. But
We were in a call during all of that game too, and every like couple of minutes, Mystic would just go, "Oh man, the draft is so bad" from C9, and then it turns out he definitely was pretty passionate about that, but at the end of the day, didn't matter all too much. And as you said, Mystic, Wixie on that Ezreal was crucial throughout the early stage of the game, the mid stage of the game, and especially towards that later stage of the game. But another player that I want to highlight specifically for Cloud9 is his marksman buddy up in the mid lane in Captain Shrimps on that Lucian. Captain Shrimps early on in the game was just not a champion at all. Starting off the game 0-3 and just coming back incredibly after that.
Yeah, you got to give him credit, right? So he started off 0-3, basically was a caster minion at one point, but was able to get himself back into the game based off of these mid-game team fights, right? And I think it just goes to show how great of a player he actually is and why that mid-jungle 2v2 for me was so important to watch. So with Captain Shrimps being able to have that type of a bounce back, I think that it just gives C9 all that more confidence to keep on putting him on those marksmen in the mid lane and put him on champions that, you know, might not necessarily be super meta or those pocket picks that he likes to pull out. I think that this is going to give him a ton of confidence going forward with the rest of the series.
yeah, Shrimps has got to feel really, really good, especially after, like you said, starting 0-3, came back to be 7-3 and 7. I think he even finished the game better than that. It's got to be a huge confidence boost for Shrimps as well as all of C9M that they were able to bring this game back after such a really let down game one. You know, it came out, they thought they had what they wanted, and then MU flipped the script on them. They lose the game in 25 minutes that it looked like they should have won, and now they were able to start poorly in this one, bring it back, and even the series. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a huge confidence boost for those guys.
Yeah, and while Cloud9 did manage to come back pretty well in the middle game, it was still Maryville in a decent position as we got towards the later stages of the game, as the ornaments began to come in, and it really got to become scary once they started up their third Infernal Dragon. Right after Cloud9 got the Baron, it looked like everybody was going to be scrambling after that. It would have been triple Infernal on Maryville looking for a fourth, but at the end of the day, it was XU on the Diana, and Sheriff, I know you had a lot to say about that steal in particular.
Yeah, I was going pretty nuts. So during that last steal, I was like, all right, is he going to Q and E in and try to smite? Like, how is he going to do this? And it turns out he ends up just stealing with the Q, which I thought was pretty amazing. The crescent strike there, I thought that was pretty amazing. For me personally, looking at how he stole that dragon, you don't obviously want that to come down to how you win the game and how you take your soul point. But hey, you got to take it when you can get it, right? So good job.
Yeah, especially given the nature of some of the team compositions that those guys have set up. But it is Cloud9 evening up that series at 1-1. Mystic, I'm going to throw it back to you one last time because we do have draft ready for game 3. Maryville did have a strong game plan. They just ended up failing to execute it towards those middle stages of the game. In 30 seconds, let's say, what do they have to do to try and take that lead back?
Just mental reset. You just got to have a short memory in this game, especially with it being a semifinal match. You can't be dwelling on what happened the previous game. We saw it from C9. They were not dwelling on the fact that they threw the lead they had in game 1. They just mental reset, go into the next game with a new game plan, and just try to execute it, and that's all you can really do.
Looks like Dia and Rude are locked and loaded. Here we go.
And Dia on mute.
Always doing this. We're back in the draft as Maryville is through their first phase of the bans already. Cloud9 thinking about their last one, and already things have swapped up pretty significantly. That Renekton has hit the ban table once again, as it was in game 1, and Maryville are on that blue side.
So we get to see what these teams can make of the other side of Summoner's Rift this time round. Get a couple of different bans across multiple different sides here. Xin Zhao first pick coming on through. Not exactly surprised by that one. And again, yeah, you're quite right. Another Gwen coming out here. This one going once again into the hands of Speedo. Akali banned away this time. So that typically means that you're going to have a fairly decent matchup on that top side. There are a fair few counters. That one has been removed. So I really like this from C9am. They take away the Gwen. There's still the Lucian here that can come through. We've also got Chippies as Jace here, something that he played a ton of just yesterday across in the LAN. And unfortunately, not going to get it just yet, it looks like. But there are still things to deal with, Gwen. As long as you've got something short range, you can make something happen.
Yeah, Chippy's Jace was able to lane really effectively against that Gwen as well, so I'd be really happy with the pickup. I know that the Thresh is a big consideration, but I'm glad they end up going with the direct counter here. It lets Maryville continue to play with the now it's your turn. We're gonna shut you down again.
Ezreal locked on in for just a little bit of ranged poke coming through here and setting themselves up for the midst of a very strong poke composition. Xin Zhao can act as that pseudo frontline with the Crescent Guard here, and they're needing some magic damage to round out their composition, but outside of that, they've got themselves the basis of a very strong comp right now for Maryville. On the other side, C9 Amateur lock themselves in. The Gwen with that Volley Bear is a bit of a counter to the Gwen as well, so they take that off the table by taking it into the jungle. Locking Twisted Fate as well. Finally, we get to see Captain Trimps able to unlock his mid lane sort of pocket pick here and see how much impact it can have on the game.
Big fan of that. The fact that we are going to get the Twisted Fate returning to the Rift once more on the side of Cloud9 is something that makes them really unique. And the uniqueness of Cloud9 is something that often is the deciding factor in them being able to find the game wins versus not. Thresh also going to hit the ban table, as we've seen quite a bit of that this time and likely not going to be seen again after, of course, removing the Leona, which is interesting when you're Cloud9 and you just had Breezy smurfing it up on it.
Yeah, interesting that one side would force the ban out of the other here, but regardless, I want to see a Draven here, actually. You know, we've seen this from Wixie a couple of times, and up against an Ezreal, if you're looking to slam down, go toe-to-toe in the early stages, Draven, one of the best champions to try and do that here. We know that Wixie is known a little bit here for those niche off-meta AD carries, and that's not the one I was anticipating, and I am severely let down. Did you get it? Severely. And
oh my god.
You didn't even get it. Never mind.
I didn't even get it. I didn't even get it the first time.
That's it's just an underwhelming AD carry. You know, it's a very strong ADC. It has its strengths, it has its flaws, but it's not Draven.
No, it's not. It's not something that'll really abuse you in the lane nearly as much, or at least isn't known for it. But I find myself liking the Sivir in a little bit of a different way, because I think that she provides something to Cloud9, and that is the ability to pile on people, to get that extra burst of movement speed that doesn't help just her, doesn't just help Twisted Fate or Volibear to get on top of folks, but helps Gwen so much as well.
Movement speed is just such a broken stat, honestly. I'm surprised that Sivir hasn't made a bit more of a resurgence into the meta, to be honest, just based off of her ulti. You know that ADC is in a pretty bad way when Sivir does make it into the meta, though, because you're being used essentially for your ulti more so than anything else. It's like when you see Ashe and Sivir, this sort of triad of AD carries sort of reach around and all counter one another in a very different way. But that being said, we don't need to talk about that now, as we've got ourselves Ryze, the machine gun mid laner himself, and Yuumi locked in at support. Shady had 2 games on Thresh, decided, you know what, I'm going to take a step back, and we're just going to chill out now, press E occasionally, and maybe the odd Q.
I am double checking this right now, because when I look at this comp, I'm pretty sure it's almost exactly the same thing that they ran yesterday. I need to make sure. Give me just
I'll carry on. I'll carry on. Don't you worry.
Please,
don't you worry. We have a Nautilus locked on in finally for C9 Amateur here. So going in with that aggressive support style, looking to punish this sort of Enchantress style support that has been picked on up. The Yuumi as well, not just going to be a strong pairing for the Ezreal, but also able to find a very strong amount of frontline sustainability here, keeping that Xin Zhao topped off during the team fight. You know, the people that are going to be inside that Crescent Guard, you're looking at probably just the 3 members, and none of them, or rather 2 of them, not the biggest damage dealers themselves. Gwen, Volibear, and Nautilus going to be the ones most likely inside of that. But Dia, do you have an answer for me?
I do have an answer. Unfortunately, it's not exactly the same comp. I was very hopeful that it would be, but things are definitely swapped up. Oh my god, a little bit. Sorry guys, I was bouncing. I was too excited about this.
Do
Things
we
are
have Zumba
definitely
Dia?
swapped up a little bit. Yeah. Oh my god, we could lead yes. We could lead exercise classes for everybody on Risen twitch.tv/Risen Esports here for all of your esports and fitness needs. Cloud9, however, are going to be facing up against, well, it might not be the same thing as Maryville ran yesterday, definitely a composition and a style that they are ready and willing to play around, especially with this Jace Rise combination with two champions that I know that people like Chippies and Spyrex can pop off on.
And they sort of built the baseline for this poke composition. Yumi on top of that sets them up perfectly. You get a little bit of extra stats, adaptive force coming through from that Yumi just being attached to you. So more power behind those punches. You have the Zinzal there to be that front line. Not very difficult right there to see what he's going to be looking to achieve. The Rise as well, a little bit more of a mid-range mage there to pump out more consistent DPS. But still, the basis for Maryville, very, very strong.
I do feel like going into this game as well that Cloud9 are in a similar spot as they were last game, where I see a perceived timer on them. I can't say definitively whether it's true or not, because it certainly clearly wasn't last game, but I look at it and I go, well, I mean, this should be a early to mid game comp.
I'll play caveat here. I'll play devil's advocate then and say that Sivir, if you remember, there was a game in LCK maybe 3 years ago. This was before Teddy was on STK. STK, yeah, T1. I am right. Sorry, he had a little bit of a blank right there, but he played on Jin Air Green Wings, and he birthed essentially the 600 CS Silver win condition, where he farmed 3 waves. They were down umpteen amount of gold, and he just got 3 sets of doubled super minion wave funneled into him, got up to that 600 CS marker, and then they started winning team fights. And he'd been full build for at least 200 CS at that point. So I will say to you that Sivir can carry late game team fights. Is it easy? No. But can it be done? Yes. That is my caveat.
Okay, well, you know what? If anybody can carry games as well, I'm happy to put that sort of onus onto Wixie, because he's certainly a talented AD carry. We've been talking him up since the day began, and we'll continue doing it as the game goes on. But for right now, as we wait to pop into the actual game itself, we're going to take a short break here, returning with Game 3 in just a few moments. We have become, Rudude. We have become right back into Game 3, Maryville University versus Cloud9 Amateur. The series of the night. If you're not watching it, what are you doing? I'm excited to be here, and both these teams, they're ready to fight here. 1-1 in the best of 5, and Cloud9, they smell blood in the water. They see Azog, and unfortunately, he's gonna go down. First blood going to XU.
I didn't think I'd need to do a Rudu tri-brush lesson on the on academy level stream, but I might have to here. When you're playing bot lane, when you're standing around this tri-brush, you cannot sit in that little corner, the little bit in between. You have to either walk into the river or you have to ward the tri-brush and step back. Otherwise, that exact thing can happen. You put the ward down, Captain Shrimps is able to find the gold card, doesn't even have to burn the flash, and Breezy more than happy to do so to find first blood for the team.
XU, he might be in a little bit of trouble. I was wondering if this level 1 play was going to be set up, but instead he gives that ward over to Speedo, which is a nice guy move, and should be able to start red side. But Maryville, they've got something planned here. They're not actually spotted towards this top side, and I don't think Speedo's going to see them as they wrap around into this brush now. Just now spotted as Speedo has to flash away, and XU is going to be denied his red buff more than likely. Spyrax is playing with fire, stepping outside, but it's a 3v2.
It's going to be mighty close here. Smite5 comes down, goes over to the Maryville jungler, and that's going to mean second blood here. Picked on up. Speedo missing out on a ton in the top lane.
And unfortunately in the bot lane, that hook's not landing either, putting Cloud9 on the back foot. It's a 1-for-1 right now across the map, but it might turn into even more as Captain Shrimp, still level 1, is going to get ganked by Odd Orange. Good gold card keeps him from dying, though, and things are on a knife's edge. Even at 2 minutes into the game, these guys are at each other's throats.
This is going to be mighty close here already. Hook lands good. Actual... that arcane shift level 1 from Azog. That is not the move that the Ezreal ever wants to be going for, but safety in numbers, I suppose, with this case, picking up the sort of disengaged tools limited by Ezreal's levels typically, but getting it in early this time round.
They'll be able to chill, while Odd Orange definitely isn't. Still zoned out of his jungle, hadn't been able to back earlier, so it's XU that still does have that advantage while Zinzao remains on the map with the boots in his inventory, even considering a gank into the bot side, but that early arcane shift is really paying off in spades for Azog.
It's doing such good work, and you know, this is something that I love to see is when a player will just happily sort of accept that they're not winning the laning phase. Ezreal Yuumi, actually a fairly powerful duo, and if the hook's on cooldown, they can make a lot of things happen down on that bot side. But obviously when it's up, definitely very lethal, and if you're using the arcane shift to get away, you know, by all means, it keeps you safe, keeps you alive, and doesn't give over more gold to this Sivir, to this Nautilus, who are already off to a pretty good start.
Very much so. Speedo, though, unfortunately suffering in this top lane. Looks like he's going to suffer a little more as Chippies tries to chunk him out. Spyrax arrives to finish off that kill and does end up picking it up, while Captain Shrimps is unable to answer back well in the bot lane. Azog could go down under this tower, ignited right now, but should have enough effective health to survive, and XU almost goes down in the meantime. Everybody is playing with fire around the rift, but it's Cloud9 that come up on top of this one. Let's see what happens next.
You know, this game is delivering here, almost a kill per minute. I know we're only 4 minutes in, but still... this is a pretty strong open-up for the majority in terms of kills and in terms of blood that we're seeing so far. One thing to note, though, and that is that Speedy is in an absolute torrid time on that top side, down in levels, down in gold, down in CS, down in pretty much any metric you could look to value. Captain Shrimp's now a little bit overextended, and this is going to be another lamb for the slaughter.
He's got a flash, but he's, well, probably not going to be able to get out to save
That's
because
minions.
Odd Orange just walks up to him, and he should end up going down here. Does flash away. Like you say, the minions actually are providing quite a bit. Shippies actually gets turned on right there, not respecting that minion wave and its damage build up at the early levels.
Yeah, they go in a little bit disjointed there. You know, Odd Orange walks up, starts autoing down, takes minion aggro, goes low himself. Then Chippy steps up, tries to do the same, but all this time, Captain Shrimps is a level up, has a big wave standing right next to him, and he's actually able to turn that one back around just by using TF base damages of a gold card, of a red card, whatever it may have been. to pick himself up another or a little kill right there. And most CS in the game right now, TF passive going to be doing overtime in that regard because he's picking up 2 to 6 gold per minion that he's getting for himself. That's an incredible amount of gold already with a lost chapter in the first base. Feeling very good and very well set up here to go for this game. Remember, TF, Captain Shrimps is just pocket pick more so than anything else.
This is kind of funny too, because as much as that looks really bad for the side of Maryville, it realistically just evens up the score. Things are exactly the same as they were before, and we're still very, very close. The one difference here is not even in the who the kills have gone to, but on who the assists have landed on, where we do have that little bit more effective gold to work with on Maryville.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird to find that as the sort of difference maker here, but it is the instance. That's the sort of situation we're in right now. Exhume pathing down towards the bot side. Our Orange is there. There goes Twisted Fate ulti. He has been spotted by the Rise, and everybody going to be fully aware of where everyone is, and that might just TP on to top of Sparex here.
Yeah, Captain Shrimps actually winning this fight pretty handily with the TF and the plenty of gold that he's got. That gold card zoning out Spyrax even more. So very, very happy in this mid lane on the Twisted Fate that you already talked about as being something that he's extremely comfortable on. Going to have a little bit of a difficult time is Spyrax.
First Destiny doesn't really hit the marker. Really good shadowing by our Orange, recognizing exactly what he needed to do there to, sort of shadow on the bot side, keep Azog alive, keep Shady as well from going down. Hopefully we get to see a bit of a better Destiny usage a little bit later on, but for the time being, not quite there just yet. We also see that these junglers are actually very behind on experience. Yes, neither of them have died, but they've been looking for plays and constantly forced to go back to base, spending time not farming effectively. You can still see it's actually funny because XU's red buff has now respawned for the second time. His entire top side's absolutely clear, free to go. And they're now looking to try and take the dragon instead of keeping that farm on going. So XU once again sacrificing just a little bit here of his own power to keep the team nicely topped off in the top sides.
It'll give him that chance to provide a lot more sustainability in the fights as well, especially in things that can be determined so quickly by burst when you're going up against Xin Zhao. Things like even Ezreal when he hits those later stages, being able to buy time here is good, and Odd Orange doing just that in the top side jungle. Flashes away, being able to clear out that vision, gets time for Chippies to come on over, and the rest of Maryville University still pretty happy up here.
Yeah, so they're going to be slightly content, keeping themselves nicely topped off with Chippies being this sort of commanding presence on the top side so far. You can see that whenever you pick a Jace, this is something that everybody's going to be knowing at this stage of the game, that you pick Jace, you play to Jace. That's a pretty standard thing to be thinking about. And they've done exactly that. Speedo 0, 2, and 0 here. The Jace has been able to pick up a tier very early on. Quite happy to start stacking that one up for himself. And look into breaking into this Speedo, a little bit of territory right there. Picks up a cloth armor as well on the Gwen. Not an item that she particularly wants in the early stages of the game, but one up against the Jace that she definitely needs.
Absolutely, and right now with Chippies being able to reset, it's only going to be even more required as check out the Dirk that was just purchased. It's gonna hurt a lot in the top side. Speedo wanting to take a reset of his own clears out the wave, and we'll be able to sort of progress to the next stages here in terms of damage, in terms of playmaking that can come from each of the solo lanes. As Captain Shrimps, that Destiny's off cooldown one more time, and it's time for Cloud9 to make a play.
Play is somewhat limited though. Bot side, they're going to be looking to try and force a dive. Top side, they're going to be looking to find a counter. That Destiny...
You want to talk a little bit about that?
No, not even slightly. Not even slightly, dear. I do not want to talk about that one bit. It's back on cooldown, and they just really nerfed TF ulti. We saw the one ulti to go bot lane, and now they're looking for a fight in the mid lane.
They don't have the mobility from anybody else to get here either. XU is just going to go down there. Ult's in place for the extra health, but it's not nearly enough. And Captain Shrimps and Breezy are on the retreat. Wixie's just come up here, does burn the ult for a little bit of extra movement speed, and they might be able to turn this, but Shady is doing so much on this Yuumi, keeping not just Odd Orange alive, but Spyrax as well. Nice and safe there. Are going to be able to find themselves a free pick, and Maryville University, they continue to be ever so slightly ahead in the gold. That one kill up.
I want to draw everybody's attention to Shady's build path thus far. Lost Chapter in the inventory of the Yuumi, going for the Chapters combo here. Lost and Final both going to be in the arsenal now of Shady on this supportive carry. It looks like it's going to be down on the bot side. You know, Yuumi either scales really well with mana regen or scales well with just flat AP. And Shady opting into the flat AP route this time round, even going back for a Dark Seal here. If he's able to stay safe, then that can really dish out a lot of damage, looking to potentially be a bit of a teamfight presence himself.
Maybe we'll see a little bit of inner BO5 meta start to develop. You got to respect the fact that Yuumi can be doing quite a bit here, and the Ezreal actually has been working out for the squads that have picked it up. So definitely a potential combo to be shown, while Speedo still able to stay safe on this. Gwen might be reconsidering this pick in the future, given how much suffering has been put through in the early stages.
Plated Steel Caps, the first item of choice, definitely goes to show you quite the state of which this Gwen has been finding herself on that top side. It has really good value this game as well. Mystic shots from Ezreal and the auto attacks that come on top of that. Xin Zhao, primarily an auto attack damage champion. Rift Herald used Jace, going to be funneled even more gold here. That's 610 gold in his back pocket, ladies and gentlemen. And for those of you that haven't played League of Legends in a while, that's effectively 2 kills.
And a wise man once told me, Rudude, that if you pick the Jace, you played the Jace. That is
that
exactly.
familiar.
Yeah, it is. It's odd. I think we know him. I think you may have heard of him once or twice, but it's definitely something that everybody seems to have heard of on Maryville. There, moving all 3 members of the top side, the jungler, the mid laner, and of course the top laner, into the Rift Herald to be able to pump that one out, take down the turret, inject Jace with even more gold, and now unleash him upon the map if they so desire.
Well, the map is definitely theirs for the taking here, but for the time being, XU is the one sort of lurking around down on the spot side, and once again, Odd Orange is there, ready to wait for any dives that could potentially come on through. And as soon as Volibear backs away, the rest of C9 Amateur's bot lane back away as well. So again, just playing in tandem with their jungler, good cognition of quite what needed to happen. But now we see that Ezreal is an incredibly safe AD carry, and now we're just going to hope at least Azog is going to be able to find the nice little escape there from the dredge line. But you just stick Yuumi on Odd Orange. Odd Orange with Stride Breaker completed already. Really going to be a formidable foe in this jungle, should there be any brawls to come.
And there just might be as well. We've pulled Jace down. Chippies is around for this Infernal Dragon, and Maryville University aren't going to give this one up like the first, instead starting it up themselves. And you can see with XU taking the reset that Cloud9, they know they can't fight this with the power spikes coming through from Maryville.
Again, good cognition here, thinking about where your strengths lie, and unfortunately for C9am, it's mid lane really, but outside of that, you don't really have too much going in your back pocket right now. The Jace is absolutely terrifying. If Jace has TP, you don't really want to be doing anything across the rest of the map unless you have absolutely sweeped out complete vision control. Looking like the Jace is actually going for the Eclipse here this game round with the Vampiric Scepter in the inventory, suggesting that's going to be our mythic of choice. Definitely no harm with that one being collected. A little bit of shielding here. Or it's going to go a long way for Chippies.
I'm scared for Chippies, though. He might be getting dove right now. Good knowledge to back away. Saves his life, but XU was very much in position to make that play.
You can see that these guys are pretty smart, you know? These guys are pretty good at League of Legends. Azog, though, steps up too far.
Still good at League of Legends, especially. Oh, no, not able to actually buffer it with the dredge line. It should just go down. Wixie, the last auto, secures him, and Azog, unfortunately, even on the Ezreal, the safe bot laner that we heralded earlier, is going to die while his support runs around the map without Orange.
And I guess that Arcane Shift was down right there. Caught with it a little bit overzealous then when you don't have the cooldown, but now Odd Orange has got the Yuumi on top.
Oh my god, they're gonna find Shrimps here as well. Great lockup under the towers. Costs Spyrax a lot of his health and puts Captain Shrimps in a position where he can actually turn this. Their gold card comes in. Rise is taking tower aggro, and Captain Shrimps goes to 200 health, but he stays alive.
Yeah, Flash still available as well for Captain Shrimps. Insane level of respect being paid by the MU team right there to recognize that, hey, he's still got Flash. He's not burning it. We go in under the turret, we're going to get baited. So quite rightly, holding that one off, and really good plays all around. Love to see that Maryville are trying to find advantages, and love to see that Shrooms is actually able to stop them from getting it.
This is really good play from the squad to be able to keep themselves at a point where they still run the game right now, but definitely paying respect, of course, like you say, to Cloud9. And this is something that I was worried about in the first couple minutes when we saw these plays being thrown out, because often when the team sort of devolves into fighting constantly, you can see a lot of overextensions, a lot of not respecting the boundaries that Maryville or Cloud9 are setting up. Here, it's calculated aggression, and that's what you need in the semifinals, man.
You need to be absolutely prolific with when you're looking for these plays, hoping to find every single advantage that you can. And honestly, what I would have liked to see right there, hand over your blue buff. Give it to the Yuumi, to be honest, because she makes more use of a blue buff than pretty much any other champion can. The way Yuumi's E scales, you can no longer build a tier because it costs you a percentage of your maximum mana to cast that heal, to cast that movement speed boost. So if you give Yuumi a blue buff, she actually does a pretty good job at using it effectively.
Be that as it may, Maryville is still using the Yuumi effectively here, with Odd Orange able to zone Speedo out of his tier 2 tower, get themselves even more gold for Chippies, and continue the snowball that, despite the low kill count, is well and truly starting to come for Cloud9. They want to turn it around right now. They try and pick off Odd Orange in the jungle. Still has the backup of this Yuumi, though, and the Xin Zhao is unstoppable, while Speedo is very, very mortal in his own jungle.
This Gwen has had a torrid time. TP's in with her biggest item spike to date. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near a Riftmaker, and we're looking across the rest of Maryville's squad. They've all got mythics stacking up in abundance. 4 out of the 5 players having them in their back pocket, looking very, very comfortable indeed. And TPing into the midst of it, and actually not even TPing, just sort of finding herself in the midst of everybody. Puts, again, Speedo, 0, 3, and 0. This Gwen has not looked particularly dominant, unfortunately, and for a champion that really does command so much respect in the meta, Speedo not quite living up to the hype.
And it's unfortunate because this isn't even Speedo playing really poorly, right? This is
exactly.
very much recognizing what they need to do to win themselves, and the rest of Cloud9 not being able to respect that and invest in their Gwen anyway. It leaves us in a state where that Gwen that we were looking at as potentially the late game carry for Cloud9 is without gold, and instead, what are we looking at? Are we looking at a TF? Are we looking at a Wixie?
I mean, Wixie's about your best bet here. TF is, at most points of the game, a stun bot into, potential follow-up damage from the wild cards, if anything. Herald called, summoned, whatever you want to call it here in the mid lane. And that's a nice little interaction. Typically, you need to stop and channel to cast the Herald. But obviously, when you're playing Yuumi, you don't stop because you're on somebody else. So getting that Herald down in the mid lane is effectively free gold exclusively for Shady, which may not be the exact target that they want it on. But again, with the Luden's components in the inventory, could well have a lot of success.
Yeah, I like what they've gone for, but Cloud9 definitely don't want to give things up for free, even with the mid lane tower having gone down. They want to claim themselves a dragon, and it doesn't seem like Maryville are too concerned about this Cloud Drake for the moment, instead choosing to invest their time into getting gold and farm funneled into their main carry.
And I wonder why they didn't go for that, to be honest. I think they could have very easily tried to find a contest. They have 3 kills on the Xin Zhao. They're up in all of the big items right here. Yes, Sivers sort of 1.5 without a mythic, so it sort of balances out. But you look across top, you look across jungle, Gwen and Volibear, neither one of them have their mythics completed just yet. Eclipse and Stridebreaker completed, and that's with extra components as well for Maryville. I think if they translate their bottom side down into that Drake fight, they could probably try and take it.
Most likely, and it sort of leaves us with a little bit of mystery, and perhaps Cloud9 as well, wondering how they were able to get away with that. Maybe letting Cloud9 think that they could take a fight. It's all very nebulous here on the Rift, but as we wait for the plan from Maryville to come through, they're setting another one up in this bot side with Speedo already having burned the mist. The final chapter is going to start landing, and unfortunately, Speedo's going to be trapped under the tower. Odd Orange, though, right outside of heal range, means that Shady can't get on top of him, has to instead choose to opt for Chippies while they take away Speedo's life with the fadeaway shot.
A Shock Blast comes through to finish off the Gwen for the 4th time this game. And now Maryville 4, 5 members strong down on this spot side. Orange getting healed up consistently here via this Yuumi. Might not be enough though. TF wave clear on top of the Sivir wave clear as well means that very handily the C9 amateur bot lane able to clear away these minions. And something as well quickly that I'm going to touch on here is there is no anti-healing coming through from C9, and I will let you know right now, if you remove some of Yumi's healing, she becomes maybe a third of the champion that she was. Just because all that she really offers in extended team fights is the ability to heal on cooldown, right? Find all of those heals. Now, worth remembering that with the more AP-oriented build, she's going to be doing a little bit more damage and doing a little less healing. But still, you're able to remove some of Yuumi, the core principle of Yuumi with the Executioner's Calling, for example, and they're not going for it. A little bit of an oversight.
So let me ask you this, as we're sitting here thinking about the grievous wounds, this is something that I often experience in solo queue, and I'm sure these players do as well, and it's even hard in coordinated team play. I by no means mean to say that it's much easier, although there's definitely, of course, a level that you can account for it. But the fact is, Cloud9 don't really have a member that's ahead. They don't have a member that can sort of take the 800 gold and go, well, I'm just going to put this aside. I don't need this for my next power spike. Where does that best come from in this composition?
Sivir. and that's about it. The ability to ricochet through everybody means that you're applying grievous wounds across pretty much everybody that is in the team fight. And I think as well that the argument of, oh, well, I need this for my power spike against a Yuumi is somewhat redundant, because the amount of damage that you would be gaining from whatever your next power spike is, unless it's an Infinity Edge or something incredibly big ticket, isn't the same as having 40% reduced healing from a Yuumi.
No, it definitely is a lot. It's a lot nicer to be able to put the negative impact on somebody else. We'll see where it ends up coming from, though, as right now, no moves have been made from any of the members of Cloud9 to pick that up. And as I say it, Speedo just purchased himself an Oblivion Orb, so this is maybe a signal from Speedo as well that I'm going to start getting involved in more of the team fights, having the rest of the members initiate around me. But it's a little bit
I'm happy. This is a good. This is a sort of good adaptation, right? Speedo saying, you know what? I've had a shocker. I've been focused. I've been taken down. I'm really not in the best shape for this game. I'll be the one that bites the bullet. If I spend 800 gold on a blasting wand, I'm still not finding all that much success. But if I spend 800 gold on an Oblivion Orb and I press R once and it hits through every single member, that's when I'm going to find some big value. And granted, it might not be the most damage, but it's that good turn back and good effective sort of purchasing that we love to see.
This is something that I agree I really like, but it still necessitates a change up in how the game has been going, because Cloud9, they're the ones constantly getting caught. And with for example, Gwen in your bot lane right now, things aren't exactly going well for the rest of the squad without access to that grievous wounds. Breezy goes back in, though, thinking that they can take the fight, and unfortunately learns the hard way that they cannot.
And now they, forced right back out. To be honest, looked on in, got slapped down, gets taken back around. Prowling projectile about equal with the Nautilus shield right there, so we're seeing the lack of value, I suppose, from Yumi's AP items right now. But obviously, a shorter cooldown is going to start poking out Breezy. Quite nicely done.
This is good jungle control as well, allowing Maryville to constantly crash waves and farm up on their Jace, who's in that side lane right now. You can see Exu being pulled down to maybe try and address that problem, see if they can find a pick onto the Jace, who is operating with pretty little vision, but they're going to grab this Cloud Dragon instead, giving away their positions, and it's going to be Maryville that are left, kind of like you say, going, oh, okay, well, what did we get for that?
And now Destiny popped Sivir ulti as well, just to make sure that they don't die on the back end.
Okay.
Shrimps went for a little bit of a play.
Thought about it.
It was close. It was a nice effort. I like the look, but C9 collecting themselves dragon after dragon here. This is just win condition that Maryville aren't getting for themselves, right? This is the second game in a row, I feel like, where they've been shoehorning themselves into now fighting every 5 minutes. But, if they're going to look toward the Baron, I don't see why they couldn't have done this just 20 seconds ago.
See if they can do it now, as Exu is in position to steal this one away. We saw it on the Diana last time, but it was a hard-fought game of smites and misses. And I don't think that MU are particularly confident taking this. There's 2 different control wards right now, so they're going to have to disengage, and the Baron gets stopped just like that with nobody even going down.
And my headset died right there, so I'm apologizing for that one, but I'm back now. The Baron's still up, so it looks like Maryville going to probably turn their attention right back toward that with a load of wards over the wall. Okay, well, you know, they clear them out and they leave.
Yeah, Shady's got not too much mana, and it'll give Cloud9 a chance to poke their own heads in, setting up for the fight that we're expecting to happen any moment now, as you definitely want to take this before that next dragon is up, before you give this over to Cloud9. I'm genuinely wondering, if you don't feel confident taking a team fight as Maryville, the dragons, they really need to be addressed here, because the only reason that I can see that they're letting Cloud9 take so many of these is because they think they can take out.
Yeah, and that's actually a really decent point to be bringing up. It's something that I would quite frequently like to see teams more so implement, especially in a team composition like the one that C9 Amateur have got for themselves. You know, Nautilus ulti, not too impactful with a Cloud Soul. Obviously, Destiny is very, very strong because it's a really long cooldown, so the more Cloud Souls you get, the lower the cooldown becomes. Sivir ulti is just a Cloud Soul regardless, so it's sort of compounding effects right there. So, you know, you're seeing sort of limited capabilities. Destiny popped once more, though, just to sort of keep on scouting here. So this is the trade-off effect, right? If Maryville are going for that, which I don't think they are for an instant, because that seems like well, a little bit of a weird one, to be honest with you. But they're using these Cloud Soul or Cloud Dragons to get information more frequently. Means that Trumps can potentially push up for an extra wave, Classic 5, and get himself an extra couple of creeps before he goes back to base.
And hopefully that'll translate for the Cloud9 squad, as once again Maryville are doing their best to translate their own lead into a tangible objective. Cloud9 gonna sniff this one out, gonna rotate over. Speedo's got the teleport as well, and Baron isn't being burned through particularly quickly.
Rise is there, so the damage somewhat high. Now the engage.
Yeah, Auto Orange gonna go forward here, basically unkillable on this Xin Zhao, especially with that Crescent Guard in the front line, but here comes Speedo, piling those grievous wounds, and unfortunately not gonna find the fight himself, as it's a very quick disengage from both squads, incidentally, and Maryville can wrap around once more with the healing from this Yuumi, with the almost full mana bar that was just had by Shady, and try this one more time, but teleports are coming in, and Speedo's on the flank again, doesn't have the ult this time. XU is so low, but that Baron's still excruciatingly slow.
Trying to turn and burn here, but they're still stuck in 2 minds. Speedo caught.
Okay, Speedo might go down there, does end up using the flash to buy some space, but Spyrax from downtown does a boatload of damage, and here comes the Realm Warp on top of you, Speedo, to finish off the kill that they lacked before. Maryville find their 2 picks, and now the Baron is theirs.
Fear the runes, ladies and gentlemen. Realm Warp into the midst of C9 Amateur, as they are now torn in half with their 2 solo laners caught out. XU, within an inch of his life, limps away, and I mean limps away. This Baron now surely secured here by the Maryville squad. It took them a fair while. They've been looking agonizingly at this big purple worm, but finally they get it for themselves.
It's with plenty of time as well. Nobody goes down, and with the strong solo lanes that they have, with the potential another pick, this could be devastating for Cloud9 Amateur. Spyrax hitting the rift continually.
Oh, no.
Azog raking his return to find the kill onto Wixie, and Shippy's unleashed in that bot lane is going to make it an unstoppable worldwide push for the Maryville squad.
And that should be Dragon as well here, so there's no chance that they're giving up Soul for the Elder. So
They should,
you know,
they should.
They should let this one get stolen. You're quite right, but they're not going to. They're going to get themselves their own little booster, I suppose, here in ability haste on their ultis, which makes a lot of sense. You know, if there's a free buff going, you may as well pick it up for yourself. And when you're quite so far ahead here, when you have such a lead, you definitely imagine that Maryville are just going to be able to force fights regardless of having Elder, regardless of having the Cloud. So whatever it may be, they can start trying to take some fights.
Oh my god. Especially if you can chunk out XU like that. It's a 1-2 and a done, as they take his health bar down to about half, take this turret as well, and with the unstoppable push in the bot side, it might not be the full court press that we were thinking of, but it's certainly devastating, and Cloud9, they need to come home right now.
Get back to your base, ladies and gentlemen, because it is vastly under siege. We are seeing Speedo still in the top lane here, looking for the reset, but one Nexus turret's already gone down here, dear. Destiny popped.
Yeah, Cloud9 are running around in a panic like an understaffed subway right now, trying to meet the orders, and they just cannot fulfill the demand of the Maryville University, who want this Nexus or bust. They've got that cannon minion there with another minion wave incoming, and Captain Shrimps goes for the pick and ends up finding Shady, dunking the Yumi down. This could be the pick that we were hoping for, as Spyrax is still able to, with Azog and Shippies, burn through a singular member there. Nautilus goes down, another one falls, as it's going to be Speedo left in the gray screen simulator for the last couple moments of the Rift. As with Captain Shrimps falling, it's going to be Maryville moving themselves up to 2-1, putting themselves on a match point. And Rudude, I am terrified of what is going to come next.
And if this is an undermanned subway right now, the rest of the crew just got fired because their defense was lackluster at best. I asked for a 12-inch BLT, and what I got was a plain white 6-inch loaf. I'm severely disappointed by the defense holding capabilities, especially off the back of getting themselves such a strong pick. Obviously, they do commit a lot of resources to try and take down the Yumi, and they do so, but as we mentioned, at quite the cost of pretty much everything else going awry right there. So a really well-played team fight from Maryville in the end game, baiting on in that single, or rather that engage from the rest of C9, getting themselves a little bit caught out, a bit too overzealous. And Maryville fortunately able to come through, swoop on, clean up the kills in the back part of the fight.
And now it's definitely a terrifying prospect as the Cloud9 squad to be facing down Maryville University as they're on match point. This is a squad that is very practiced, and to take 2 games in a row off of them would be extremely difficult, as they've already proven here with the diversity of styles that they showed in this game alone. Let's find out whether Cloud9 can do it once we get back from a very short break.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Esports Analyst Desk. Maryville University starting off Game 3 a lot like they did in Game 1, and they are now at match point, 1 win away from a spot in the finals of Risen Champions League. We got a lot to talk about and not a lot of time. Sherv, I'm going to start with you. The draft for this game was definitely interesting. There was a lot of action that happened Game 1, but definitely even more action that happened before the Rift even opened up.
Yeah, I think that the draft was quite interesting. I think that what's interesting to me is that Karma and Viego went completely through this draft. Where, in my opinion, I think
Just
that
like
those are
last
two
game.
high priority picks. Right? They went through the last two drafts, as you just stated. Right? For me, it's if you're trying. I think if you're trying to win these games, then if you have players that are comfortable in those champions, then pick them. Right? Like they're just so strong. And they can be flexed into so many different roles that it makes your draft so much easier to handle. But it maybe come down to a champion pool issue, right? So we don't know the full picture, but I'm just shocked that those two champions have went through the last two games.
Yeah, really surprising, especially when you look at the drafts that specifically C9 Am have come out with the last two drafts. Like, a lot of question marks here, at least in my mind. Like, they opted to ban the Akali and the Varus, two champs that they've already beat. You know, two champs that they didn't have issues with in the lanes. Opted to ban those instead of something like the Jace, if you were going to pick the Gwen or the Xin Zhao or things like that, and then opting for picks such as Volibear and Sivir that I don't really know what they bring that another champ can't to the comp. So yeah, some big question marks. Again, I don't know whether it's in terms of pools or whether it's just priority, but definitely some questions here that are going to go unanswered in terms of draft.
Now, gentlemen, in the first two games, the early game worked really well for one of the teams, and then the other team came back and won. Not really the case here, but sure, we're about to get into draft for Game 4. Really quick, C9 need a win here to turn this series around, take us to Silver Scrapes. What do they need to do that?
I think that they need to stick with what got them here. They need to draft something that's bot side centric. I don't think that they need to play around top side. Because they tried to last game and it obviously didn't work well for them, right? Maryville has the opportunity and has the capability to just overpower them on the top side of the map, so they're going to need to play strong side towards bot.
Well, we've got the draft already on the screen, which means we've spent way too much time here on the AD. Dia and Rooted, the floor is all yours.
I'm barging my way into the draft here. This is our draft, and we will take it by storm.
That is.
Dear mute.
Yeah. Oh wait. Am I? Oh my. I muted. No, I wasn't. How did? Oh my god! I was so happy with the intro as well. Maryville University versus Cloud9 Amateur. We've arrived in Game 4, and Maryville might just take this one, or a dude.
They might hear, dear. You know what? I'm sorry. That was rude. It was too far, but it was so worth it.
It was good. I gotta respect it.
You're quite right, though. Maryville here, they're on the precipice, right, of doing great things here, potentially pushing their way into not just the finals here, but the other stream, the Academy stream, currently 2-0 in favor of Wildcard Red. So if they're able to, finish this one off, make it a 3-0, that's not just the finals of this tier 2, but also their gateway to Proving Grounds, locked in by winning this game.
Did you just tell me that the main stream is currently only having finished 2 games?
Yes.
That's a wild card.
We're an entire ahead of game.
That is a wild card.
That
That's definitely the trademark style of that squad. And hey, we're gonna see some trademark styles of our own here with the Thresh and Leona picked up. We saw them both banned away just last game, but we're going back to the old and gold here.
Oh, I mean, this is just going to be a pretty basic run back here of what we got to see a couple games ago with Thresh and Leona traded off this time round. It's not going to be Thresh Nautilus. We get to see Lee Sin not locked in as well now for C9 Amateur. So, again, finding themselves exactly what they want here. Maryville taking away the Akali, hopefully here. I would honestly love them to take it into the top lane, and sort of throw down the gauntlet to Speedo, having had 2 pretty shaky games on the Gwen, and just say, this is what you would pick here. Are you going to do it this time?
Yeah, I'm genuinely kind of confused by this as well, because of that ability for, at least in Game 1, for Speedo to do quite well into the Akali. This is definitely a confidence pick, a lot like you illustrate, and it's definitely something that we've seen from Maryville before as well. These 3 champions were their composition in Game 1. All we're missing is the Silas and the Lee Sin that was taken on the other side.
Well, one of them going to be taken off the board. I can very well see Silas being banned away here as well in the second round of bans. Solar Flare, Kick, and the Destiny, all very powerful ultis to be stealing away should C9 Amateur want to remove that one from the board. Obviously, they have got themselves an Akali in that top side already for Maryville, so there's a chance here that they might be shoehorning themselves a little bit too much into that magic damage profile. But we still have a fair few AD bruisers to be playing around in that jungle. That being said, a fair few of them have now been banned away. Xin Zhao, Volibear, Olaf, Nocturne as well being removed. So a large jungle focus here. And honestly, C9 I'm taking away the Lee Sin. This could well go into the jungle for these guys as well.
It truly could, as we're hovering this Callista ban, which I don't mind since you already have an AD carry. You may as well take away things. I'm wondering why not take away Caitlyn here. We saw Cloud9 whip it out earlier, and sure, it didn't go exactly in their favor, but this is the confidence that you get with that pick. Last game may just have been a fluke, and it looks like Maryville University, they're taking that risk in the semifinals.
I like the risk, to be honest. I'm very underwhelmed by Caitlyn as a champion in the meta right now. Yes, she's got small, niche amounts of successfulness, and this is a lane where she can maybe try and profit from that. Particularly as well when you've got Leona to lock people down Twisted Fate as well. There's plenty of hard CC that aren't displacements that are simple for Caitlyn to walk up, put a trap underneath, chain your headshot. But Caitlyn doesn't get ahead. Caitlyn feels incredibly underwhelming. And actually, Maryville... But lock in this Vi, please, and I'll be this comp is absolutely golden here because they've taken away the Gwen as well, so they're just double solo laning here with the Riftmaker duo. They've got Vi to close the gap onto Caitlyn, and Caitlyn has no answer to a Vi. Just going to let you know that right now. It's going to be very team reliant, and they've got all of this ability to pick off a single target with Thresh, with the Vi, and then they've got team fighting coming out of every other source with Akali, Aphelios, and Gwen.
We've seen this before, as that Camille gets locked in for Cloud9 Amateur. The Camille into the Gwen matchup is not one that Chippies is going to be unfamiliar with, nor is Speedo, as these two champs, both with their scissory goodness, are going to try and outslice each other in that top side. We'll see how that impacts the rest of the map, though, and as it is a very snowballing matchup, who comes out on top in these first couple fights?
It becomes incredibly important. We've got volatility across the majority of these rosters here this time round. And if we take a quick little look, we're able to sort of see these champions played multiple times across multiple different sort of events. Maryville busted out the Vi just yesterday, I believe, in their third and final game, which netted them the championship there at their LAN. So I definitely, we know that Orange is definitely able to bust this one out in high pressure situations. And if this is the game that it's dubbed to be so far, Wildcard Red, presuming that they are able to continue a 3-0, which that's a big assumption, but it's that ticket to Proving Grounds. And for a team that didn't make it last season, didn't make it to Proving Grounds at all, and they didn't even get into the playoffs for Cup, right? They had to break it through the OQs here into Risen. The fact that they could turn that into Proving Grounds out of one tournament, absolutely incredible.
I'm excited to see it for certain. They are going to be dealing with, we're going to be seeing on the Rift, rather, the Leona from Breezy that I've heralded sort of hero of Cloud9 in these late to mid-game fights. And of course, the captainship special on the Twisted Fate that, well, it might not have popped off last game, certainly had its moments. So there is a big fight that's going to be had on the Rift in just a few minutes. And I, for one, Dude, cannot wait to see it as we return from a break in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Rift for what could very well be the last time tonight in the semifinals. This is Maryville having themselves on match point up with their 2 games right now. Just one over the single game that Cloud9 Amateur managed to secure. And Cloud9, they need to win this one to keep themselves in the series route.
This is do or die. You know, this is them either making it into finals and potentially into proving grounds, or them going home empty-handed. Regardless, for C9, they definitely showed off a little bit better this time round. Obviously, from the first split, we sort of got it touched on by the analyst desk that they were a little bit underwhelming in the first proving ground circuit and didn't really meet the expectations. But coming into Risen, getting a semi-finals showing is still very strong regardless, right? Going out in the top 4, definitely worth documenting and definitely something that you should be proud of regardless.
Absolutely. This is, I think the analyst desk touched on this a little bit as well, but definitely a little bit of a revenge story for Cloud9, having been knocked out by Maryville previously in a Proving Grounds run. So definitely a record that they're looking to correct against one of the top, or I actually probably after yesterday could say the top North American collegiate team that we have.
Sure. Yeah.
We're popping into the bot lane now. We got a little bit of a close camera angle on all these stars for, like I say, what could potentially be their last game. What better chance to give them to shine?
Exactly. Get them their names in lights, hopefully showcasing some of their glorious skins. You know, skins do indeed get wins, ladies and gentlemen. So, not sponsored at all, but spend all your money on Riot Points. Moving on swiftly from that ghastly point. Chippy's having a nice time. CP Ignite on both of these top laners as well, once again, so both of them not really valuing the need for flash with their insane mobility. Gwen with more so the sort of repetitiveness of her E, and Camille with the absurd range of the hookshot.
And Speedo for right now on this Camille won't be having a necessarily fun time into the Gwen. It takes a little while for this matchup to really turn on its head, but with a little bit of jungle assistance, we could see that change. It's XU that started topside once again, though, and this is something that was concerning in game 1 that did end up biting a little bit, as you aren't going to have this Lee Sin towards the top lane volatile matchup to assist you.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of assistance. Sometimes, however, you got to be self-sufficient. You got to be a strong, independent laner. But of course, if you're a bot laner, a little bit of a asterisk around that one. A strong, independent 2v2, strong, independent couple down in the bot lane, which sort of dictates one another as an answer, or rather counters one another as a question right there. But with junglers such as Vi and Lee Sin in the game, early game presence is ready to be served. And this isn't one of those games where you got to be independent. You got to be looking to keep yourself nice and safe, because your Vi has a lot of priority early on, as does Lee Sin, as we're seeing.
Odd Orange is so ready to fight as well. Instant flash from XU to remove himself from the fight, as a roam down from Speedo can re-engage at a moment's notice. Going to be blocked by Chippy as the Spyrax goes low as well. Has to get away and ends up surviving for just long enough that it might buy Odd Orange a kill, but the blast cone over the wall changes everything, and Odd Orange is going to be taken down in a terrifying fashion, and C9 move themselves up 2-0.
Dear, what did we say in game number 1? If Maryville can control the pace, they're going to be in a good spot. If not, they're going to struggle.
It looks like they were controlling it too. That's the scary thing. The Gravitum comes in the bot side though, and Wixie gets locked up for a few extra autos. But as we pan back to the top side, Shippies isn't having a fun time either. And Maryville, they've lost control of the early game.
Sheen, ladies and gentlemen, this Camille is going to be absolutely demolishing Chippies for the foreseeable future on this top side. Any trades going down, definitely going to be in his favor. And even just pushing up right to the turret here, you can see just the unrelenting aggression that Speedo is trying to put on down here, sort of showcasing that had a couple of rough games previously, but he is still worth his weight in salt around here, going to be finding as much damage and as much pressure as possible before setting off that reset and looking to try and find a little bit of a cheater recall there on the top side.
Now, as we pan to the rest of the map has definitely been impacted by this play. I find myself waiting with bated breath for that level 6 to come in on Captain Shrimps. He's got that early kill once again, something that we actually saw before, and the Lost Chapter as well. And Twisted Fate's ability to impact that game, even warp around that bot side a little bit. could start the biggest snowball for Cloud9. If they can get that full court press going, if they can get every lane winning, the sky is really the limit for them.
You're quite right, and they've got as well the ability to just transport this Twisted Fate around the map to try and find leads across pretty much every lane with that matter. No TP just yet in the spellbook, but Dragon already secured by XU, getting that early game priority out of the Iron Spike Whip versus just the Sheen here. Decided gold advantage for the Lee Sin. Speedo dashing in. Chippies doesn't manage to dash away. But this is yet another instance where we're seeing Gwen not build AP here. It has gone for the Dark Seal, but has been forced into double cloth armor to try and mitigate some of Speedo's power.
Goes for this survivability, and it really will cost you not just in the lane, where you're obviously going survive, but not really have as much kill threat, but in the team fights as well, where you really do tend to lean on Gwen's power. Try and get her to put out as much damage as possible, and when she just doesn't have the literal itemization to back that up, things get so hard for these squads. With level 6 on Speedo as well, Chippies has to forfeit all forms of lane priority and hope to God that Auto Orange towards the top side can make it work.
It's a very fine window here of prowess, but level 6 hits for Chippies. Here they go.
Okay, and XU isn't in the area, so the knockup almost lands on Speedo, but he interrupts it accidentally with a stun. Now, the numbers are going to become uneven as in comes a Twisted Fate to find the stun onto Chippies and take down another 2 members of the Maryville University squad.
Yeah, and they think they're dictating the pace, but they're playing to the beat of C9 Amateur right here, playing right into the hands of the Twisted Fate, right into the hands of XU, who's just waiting over the wall. Speedo, with a lovely hook shot, be it not, able to come away with another little kill right there, interrupts the assault, the little Vault Breaker right there, trying to stun up the Camille. Either way, it's 2 kills now on Camille. It's another kill on Lee Sin and TF respectively. And this top side has gone catastrophically wrong for Maryville in the early game.
And down 2,000, almost 3,000 gold at this point. They're going to have to continue playing to the beat of that very same drum that you mentioned for Cloud9. Byrax still doing pretty well in this mid lane. Can't confidently step up once XU steps back onto the Rift, especially with that buy having come in. We saw the gold numbers briefly on your screen, and the leads exist in the entire top side for Cloud9.
It's gold leads everywhere, and previously we've seen advantages come out in the bot lane to sort of counter this one out, but this time round, Shady and Azog haven't found anything just yet. They've got themselves the slightest CS advantage. There's 3 minions that Azog might get that Wixie won't have already secured. But that's nothing when you compare it to the 3,000 nearly topside gold lead that is in favor of C9 Amateur right here. Potential for a freeze to come through on the bot side, but again, with the wave states in quite such a rough spot here for the MU topside, that this bot lane sort of evenness really doesn't matter.
Breezy might go for an engage here. Azog is actually going to be able to pump out quite a bit of damage. He does have red, white, and unfortunately Breezy might just go down here. The Ignite has expired, and there's the big solar flare to try and stall this out, but it doesn't quite matter enough as Azog, though he goes low, should be able to get out alive. XU wants to find some access here, but that resonating strike goes wide. He flashes with the Tempest strike and is going to be able to pick up the kill. Shady flashes away, but he eats that Q to go down once more, finding the answer back as the box does its work.
Oh, and they kill on the top side as well. Maryville here get themselves a couple of kills traded back here. It's a double kill to the Lee Sin. Your target of choice, honestly, I'd have loved one. Some of the Caitlyn would have loved them to get one on Captain Shrimps as well, who spent a lot of time roaming down right there and actually gives a plate back over. Spyrex doesn't actually find the gold for it, but still getting a nice little chip down onto the turret regardless. And on the top side as well, an unanswered kill for Odd Orange and Chippies on that top side, using the Assault and Battery to find one quick kill. Now they use Destiny to secure Rift Herald on this top side. TP as well expended, as there are a lot of players on this top side of the map.
Yeah, they still want to fight this, oddly enough, but Odd Orange, he gets deleted, and the damage just does not exist here. And even the safety provided by Shady is negligible. Phil, seemingly unknowing that they are losing this game, just give over a little bit more.
Yeah, that was a little bit overzealous, unfortunately. XU barrels it down from base to try and find it, and Odd Orange could have either gone for the Herald or the top lane gank. Turned out to go for both, and it cost him in the long run. So, again, a little bit not quite respecting the full capabilities here, particularly of the Vi. Having Sheen and Kindle Gem, not the greatest for taking objectives. Yes, you get a bit more health. Yes, you get a Sheen proc, but that is not necessarily the tool, the dynamic duo that you need when trying to take down a big Shelly monster in the pit.
Certainly not, and now taking it down in the mid lane is going to be the next focus of Spyrex. Does manage to, but only after that tier 1 tower goes down. Maryville again suffer a really big loss, and though it may not be in the form of life, very well could be soon, as the map pressure that gives you as Cloud9 Amateur, with already the massive lead you have on your Lee Sin and your top laner as well, things really start to get out of control very quickly for Maryville.
And, we talked about this potentially being the final game here, Dia, and saying that C9 Am needed to come out of the gates swinging. It's exactly what they've done. At the top of the day, we commented saying that if it's C9 dictating the pace of the game, they're the ones beating the drum. They're going to be the ones that are dictating the leads and who has got them. They've done exactly that this time round. 4,000 gold to the good here, about 11.5 minutes into this game. Pulling the Drake out, but Shady has a Lantern.
Okay, nice. Good steal by Odd Orange as well. Swoops his way in on that Vi, and I mean, it was set up, and you know that Cloud9 knew about it as well. This was a 50-50 that they chose to take, and unfortunately they lose that one.
You know the funny thing is, dear? It's that in the previous 2 games, Maryville have been significantly far ahead for, considerable portions of the game and just willingly given away dragons. The one game that they're 4,500 gold down, they decide, yeah, let's just flip a Drake. We'll try and take it.
Unlucky, and it only gets worse for them in the top lane as well. That was a awkward step right back up in here, as you know you have no support because you just took the dragon, like you say, Rooted.
Now, let's talk about Vi, because Vi fits a very similar MO of Xin Zhao, of Lee Sin, right? They go in, they find a target, and they look to blow them up. Now, Xin Zhao previously had been sort of tainted as he's a one-way style champion. Goes in, dies, and is looking to try and exchange his life for an AD carry. But with the Crescent Guard, getting a little bit of a rework a fair few patches ago now, actually a little bit safer as a champion and acts as a frontline. Vi doesn't have that same premise, and Chippies is unfortunately going to go down for what seems to be the 3rd time here, and Spyrex now trying to fight it back.
I don't think he's going to be able to either. The damage isn't quite there,
close.
And it's going to be yet another kill going into the pockets. Camille now 6-1 is a massive force on the Rift, and Camille is somebody who really will run away with it.
And, even if you have this bot side lead, which is about 20 CS right now, a very little amount of gold in favor. Yeah, relative to Camille and the power that Camille can put down, it's nothing. If Camille, or Speedo rather, is ever able to find his ulti into Azog dies. It is quite that simple. He's going to rely on some absolutely absurd levels of peel from Shady to keep the Aphelios alive this time around. You need to pull her out of the Hextech Ultimatum and then still provide a Lantern and be in a good position to do all of that at the same time, which is just insane amounts of microplay on the Thresh. And now, I'm not saying that Shady can't do that, but I'm just saying that I think that Camille will probably kill the Aphelios before that even happens.
Absolutely, and like 9 times out of 10, you're just not going to have the literal time on your screen with your AD carry to actually orchestrate their safety. And that's coming from not just Speedo either, because XU is no small force. You've got so many things to peel, and that's while all worrying about Wixie, who is a fine champion right now with the Caitlyn not super behind, is going to be able to put out relevant damage in those mid-game fights. While dealing with Captain Shrimps is just sort of like the layers upon layers that keep getting put onto this team fight, make it harder and harder for Maryville when you look at every single lane and go, well, unfortunately, they find themselves about 1,000 gold behind.
0-3-0 for these mid and top laners of Maryville right now. Definitely not the scoreline they would want to be. And dear, I think you're selling them a little bit short with just 1,000 being the deficit here, as Breezy, Shady actually caught out Breezy finding the pick.
This could still be a good fight, though. Azog does have red, white, and might be able to find the kill on the XU. Still alive for now, but does end up going down to this crucial Aphelios, who ends up trading his life away as well. Speedo arrives down on the spot side, picks up a kill though, and though it is a small good news story for Maryville, it's Cloud9 that really come out on top.
Yeah, it's a very good news story for C9 Armature as they're able to come away with 3 kills of their own right there. Once again, isolating Azog just off the back end of that fight, able to take him down once more. And that's exactly what they need to be doing here, keeping the Aphelios down. It's the only win condition that Maryville will have for a very long time. And if they're able to keep him below the curve and maybe just a little bit behind what is going to be a very strong Camille, they're going to be in a good enough spot to try and take this game home.
You do still have to not worry about the game though, but definitely continue the pressure that you have as Cloud9. Taking this bot lane tower is a great continuation, but the thing is you can't let off the gas ever because Gwen and Akali and Aphelios are going to come for you much like they're doing right now. Shady, that hook going to go a little bit wide, and it spells the end of the play, but it could have been deadly.
Yeah, the little bit of just not quite having the range right there. And I like the look from Shady and Azog, but honestly, down in a fair few TPs across the board. Actually, not down in any, so never mind. But Destiny would have been ready and available, so they might well have caught themselves a little bit out by trying to go for that play. So probably better safe than sorry that they don't get it. The most notable differences right now, you have to keep looking at those solo lanes. You've got Bramble Vest on the one side for Gwen, Sorcerer Shoes for the Akali, so that's at least some sort of damage coming out. That's delaying your Riftmaker, but neither one of these two has a Riftmaker yet. Vi doesn't have her Divine Sundra, doesn't have any form of Mythic in her back pocket either, so you're just fighting so far down in gold. There's really no chance for you to come back anytime soon, and the stalling tools that you have are very limited. You're relying pretty much exclusively on a Runans and 5-point strike from close range to make anything happen, which is just such a devastating state of affairs.
This is an interesting play, though, as you can try and shift that reliance into crazy and unexpected plays. Knowing that the dragon is going down, who would expect that Shady and Odd Orange are all the way up in the top side, especially if somebody like Speedo or Captain Shrimps comes to contest? It wouldn't net them good, and I don't think it's going to work out. Yeah. I don't think it's going to work out in this case because Captain Shrimps is smelling it out. But I like the spirit here.
Yeah, Breezy just spent his entire time walking through the bot side jungle, and he's just walking through, absolutely no cares given, scot-free, and then he just relays it back to the team. Hey, yeah, Vi's not here, Thresh isn't here, they're coming for you top, or they're coming for somebody somewhere, just be careful, we don't need to give them a free kill, and that's exactly what they do. Don't give up the kill either, and they're going to use Herald down on the bot side now to collect even more gold for themselves. Not without the trade though, Chippies does get one on the top side as the Rift Tower just destroys that one.
Now Speedo gets to face tank everything and almost kill Spyrax in the process, with the Solar Flare just barely going wide and the Destiny coming in. This could still be a kill, but Shady does manage to avoid most of the damage. Unfortunately, not enough as Wixie just autos him down.
Caitlyn, ladies and gentlemen, found the trap underneath the stun card and got a couple of good crits in there. Got the headshot procs as well, which is the more skill-oriented mechanic, let's certainly say. But certainly finding the kill there where it mattered most. Getting one kill will open up not just for the second tier turret, but most likely this third tier one as well, giving an exposed inhibitor on the bot lane.
I really like this sort of vote of confidence from Cloud9. Taking the pre-20-minute inhibs is something that has bitten teams in the past. You talked about that 600 CS Sever. Well, Aphelios can really be scary on that amount of gold as well. So definitely just cracking the tower itself is the smarter move here than taking the full inhibitor to spawn the super minion.
It does still open up for Maryville to try and find a bit of a freeze down on this bot side of the map here. It's not going to be easy by any metric, but it still gives them the chance, right? Something that you always look to see is how easily can a team mitigate the opponent's leads and how well do they play from behind. Setting up freezes, keeping your waves in good spots, typically a very good start off to all of that. But honestly, when you're down literally 10,000 gold here before 20 minutes, I think that freezes are sort of out of the question. They can just walk up, break them at will. And with Baron spawning in about 20 seconds here, you can see that C9 Arm, they are more than happy to just sit up and kind of wait for it here.
Very much so. Speedo Looking for even more picks here, has found chippies, especially with the help of that Destiny, and it's going to be pick after pick that keeps rolling in if Maryville continue to disrespect Cloud9 like this. But the problem is, like, what other recourse do they have? What is this?
This is doomed. This is what this is here.
That is doomed, and it's likely tilted as well. This is not going well at all for Maryville. Cloud9,
Ooh.
they just put themselves in a position where, or rather, they just got handed a position from that alone that could just win them the game right now. Azog literally does 0 damage to Speedo.
Yep, that'll do it. They're going to be a slow chase down here. You know, Odd Orange goes down. Shady going to be the last bastion of defense here. Goes under the turret. Ace for C9. They're 15,000 gold to the good. You know, as much as we may question the decisions that are being made here, it's all for the greater good here. Game number 5, it's almost certainly going to happen. And, you know, Maryville, they're just helping us get there faster.
I do think it's really funny that despite the fact that C9 are down just the single game, they found themselves as the ones that are threatened by the match point. They're still showing us one of the most convincing games we've had so far. So much
the most convincing.
Sorry, in the grand scheme of Risen, sorry. But in this series, certainly the most convincing. Maryville, when they found their wins, were what, like 7,000, 8,000 gold ahead? Never really cresting the 10k mark, but 15, Rudu.
I mean, I honestly don't know what to say. Like, this game just got so ballooned out of topside fighting that didn't go in Maryville's favor that C9am have done a very good job. A, finding those fights, and B, closing this game to a position where, you know, they're in an awful position. Speedo able to just about get to safety via the nice use of the hook shot. They're looking for fighting on the top side. They're losing their mid lane inhibitor. They're going to lose bot lane as well right here with Vi still recalling with the 1 versus 1 on the top side. Honestly, if we needed to take a look at the gold, they could be fighting this 4v5. They'll still have more money even without the very fed Camille.
Yeah, you can absolutely take this fight. Odd Orange, though, wants it himself, goes in onto Wixie, forces that flash, but now the Destiny from the side is going to make this almost even numbers. The ace in the hole doesn't find the kill, and Breezy manages to avoid his own fate, while Speedo finds that pick in the top lane. The solo kill against Chippies that was a long time coming here now is going to turn into potentially the end of the game, now that you're missing that one member, and Cloud9 are 5 strong.
Looking to try and take down these final Nexus turrets here. Looks like number 1 under charge. Caitlyn incredibly good at sieging, does have those traps. You can see the health bars already blinking here for Maryville. Very daunting task ahead of them.
Speedo threatens to jump in and everybody backs away. There's no response here to the monsters that Cloud9 have made themselves, and they are looking absolutely terrifying as we're approaching the next game where both teams have everything on the line.
Silver scrapes, baby. Let's get it here. Game number 5 on the cards for everybody tonight. This series was always going to deliver. Our 2 analysts here, they've predicted 5 games now. They predicted C9 to take it. And if we're judging off the trajectory, it's been Maryville win, C9 win. And if we keep beating to that same drum, Maryville, they're due their win. But game number 5, dear, anything can happen. And honestly, I expect absolutely anything to happen.
It's time for Cloud9 to really shake things up if they want this one, because as you say, the beat of the drum heralds Maryville, but if Cloud9 can turn this, they really do live up to that team to upset the best. We'll find out what happens right after a break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk. You wanted a series? We're going to give you a series. Sherv is excited. His prediction is going well. Has that 3-2 up, but I mean, honestly, there wasn't a lot to talk about in that game, but Mystic, I'm going to start with you. That early game, I want to say, was interesting to say the least.
The early game was exactly what C9 fans needed and what I had been asking for here all night, because we finally got XU on a champ that can affect the early game in the Lee Sin. He's not stuck on Volibear. He's not stuck on Hecarim, who got gutted. He's on the Lee Sin. He was able to make an impact early and often, and it snowballed the game for C9 from the earliest minutes.
Yeah, and the early game worked so well for Cloud9 by the slimmest of margins too. XU got out with what I want to say was like single-digit health, but Dylan, a lot of those early plays, while they were good for C9, opened the door for Speedo to come in and really be a driving force to take that game home in the shortest amount of time that we saw today this series.
Absolutely right. And it was something where we had talked about it before even game one. Is Cloud9 Amateur going to try and match the top side pressure, or the top side play style that Maryville likes to run? We thought game one was like kind of work with the Gwen, making the Akali out of the game. But then this last game here in game 4, that's what you want to see. You want to see them getting Speedo ahead. You want to see them just making sure that Gwen doesn't get to play the game, and then transitioning that lead to other parts of the map while you're able to secure those early objectives. So making sure that they continue with that play style to make sure that they're continuing to get Speedo those early leads and then transition that to other parts of the map, I think is going to be paramount to them winning this game 5.
I think Diaz said it a little bit earlier. The solo laners for both of these teams are going to be the difference makers in this series. One of these teams is going to make it to finals. One of these teams could potentially make it to Proving Grounds. Right now, Wildcard is up 2-0. Might change in just a little bit. We'll make sure to keep you guys updated on that. Go watch the Academy stream. But Mystic, there's a lot to unpack as we head into the final game of this series. And I know you in particular had a lot to say about the drafts for C9 towards some of those earlier games tonight. But now, as we head into this last game, what have they been doing better?
Well, they look a lot more together, specifically in the micro shot calling. They are playing more to their comp, which cost them game 1. They're definitely playing more to their strengths. They picked a bot lane that can play super safe that game. So because they wanted to switch the focus to topside and just step on their throats, they were able to do that. Because how are you actually going to get onto a Kate Leona? You're not really going to be able to. So the cross map plays are no longer available for Maryville to make. So when you look at what they were able to do topside, and they were even able to play around it better than Maryville did when they tried, it just seems to work best for them to go in that way.
Dylan, 10 seconds. How does Maryville win this series? How do they come back?
Maryville has to play through topside. That's what's gotten them here. That's what's allowed them to perform as well as they have. And when they don't, we can see what happens, right? So they need to draft a topside centric composition that allows them to play through chippies and allows them to pursue that lead throughout the rest of the map. If they don't do that, I don't see them winning this game, to be completely honest with you.
It's been what they've been known for. It's been what has been winning them games. It's what won them that Gateway Legends Invitational down in St. Louis. And that, as Dylan says, is going to be the key for Maryville University to take this series, to take that ticket to the finals. But C9 are riding on the momentum. They want to end this now. We have draft for game 5 ready in just a bit. We're going to send it over to Dia and Root for the final time tonight.
No, not like this.
Not like
Muted.
this.
It always happens to be Rooted. I'm so sad actually. But you know what? We've made it. And I think, if I recall correctly, the last time that I was muted, C9 won?
No.
Oh, all right. The last time I was muted.
Also wrong.
I can't do anything right. Please, Rooted, please explain to me something that is correct about this draft.
Well, things that we are so far happy to see is Camille hit the ban table. This is now a best of 1. All cards off the table. We've got previous games to sample from, but this is a single game that you have to really just performing at best as possible. And with Camille having such a dominant performance in the first game, or in the final game that we just saw, getting off the table is something that I by no means am going to disparage here. The Lee Sin first pick for Maryville, we saw Odd Orange play this a couple of times already tonight, and going back to that early game aggressive style, exactly what has been suiting him in the meta recently.
You know, we've had a lot of first picks this series, and none of them, interestingly enough, have been the same. The
Five, in
fact
fact,
is,
yeah.
we got the Gwen, we got the Renekton, then the Xin Zhao, the Thresh, and now finally a Lee Sin here, and it makes me wonder what we're chasing, especially for Maryville. What's that X factor that they've decided was the biggest difference for them that they now want to take into this game? And on the other side of that, what is it about this Leona Diana that C9 love?
Well, it would appear to just be the all-out dive right here.
Probably
and
the
obviously,
probably the winning. Yeah.
probably, you know, you're quite right. Probably just winning games of League of Legends is what C9 Amateur like. But again, we're seeing this this very easy pivot from Maryville here to just say, well, hey, you know, you're picking heavy dive. We still have Lee Sin to be a really good disengage tool. We can take Varus here again if we want to do the same thing, and be it that they lost their sort of attempted disengage style in game number 1. They could do better here in game number 2. It was at that instance, game number 5 now, whatever it may be. Aphelios comes through instead, and the Caitlyn response. I think that if Maryville are happy with this handshake trade, and I still think that they should be, they're coming out on top of the AD carry department, but we need to see the rest of the map keep on stabilizing, because otherwise the Aphelios really becomes a non-factor.
I'm really liking what Cloud9 have right now. This is kind of the greatest hits of what they've had tonight, with the Caitlyn being able to answer the Aphelios, and the Diana plus the Leona being such a crazy tool for them in game 2 to be able to find a win there. They're relying on things that are tried tonight and true for now. We'll see if it's Maryville University who can adapt, not just in the draft, where they have constantly been serving things back and saying, no, we're going to counter this here, we're going to counter this here, we're going to build a draft, but actually turning that into the game win for the final one.
And of course, they are due the win. It is their win here to take by the nature of ping-ponging the results. Of course, C9 are going to be looking to turn that one back in their favor and go for the blow for blow this time round, hitting them with their win 2 on the trot. In terms of games, we've got ourselves our final set of bans that have come through. Lucian, Twisted Fate, banned away from Captain Shrimps, and the Gwen Azir banned away, most notably here, away from the mid laner for Maryville, and the Gangplank comes through absolutely blind. Speedo, this is the gauntlet being thrown down.
This is very different. This is a wrench in the plans, wrench in my night for sure. And it's going to be a pick that, well, I wasn't expecting to see tonight. I'm happy to see hit the Rift. I want to see what it actually brings to the team fights, though, is certainly the ability to punish those immobile carries is something that Gangplank is really good at, but C9 are lacking a front line in a big way.
They, at present, and honestly, it's not something that they're going to be getting out of their mid lane, really, unless they're flexing Diana to mid and then pulling out some Sejuani style pick. No, it's not something they're going to have. But honestly, if we look back at the rest of the compositions here, dear, have they really ever had a front line? We're seeing quad carry comps come out from both of these teams time and time again here, outside of the one on game that we had. There's really not been a, quote, front line that we're used to seeing. Maryville here is just going to double down on it again, go Gangplank with Jace as a top lane duo. So Jace with a little bit of synergy to be able to kill out on those barrels, having the very increased attack speed here. Not quite the same extent as Lucian, but obviously being able to use the W in ranged form to clear out those barrels a little bit faster is something that Maryville will be looking to utilize, and they lock in the Xerath as a last pick. Game 5 Xerath.
Oh, I haven't seen this Xerath pick from Captain Shrimps in so long, and I completely forgot that it was an option, but it gives you so much long-range artillery, and that's what a lot of this composition is, actually. If we look at what Cloud9 have, they've got a lot of commit, but only after you're poked down.
They're going to be trying to, tease us with these team fights here, Arcano Pulse comes through, get a little bit of poke down, get a bit of chip damage down onto Aphelios, onto Rise, get that barrel connection as well, and then when you're able to find yourself enough damage there that you feel happy enough to start taking those fights, that's when you go in for the full committal. That's when we're expecting Breezy to start flashing on forward, looking for those solo flares, when the Moonfall from the jungle XU is going to be coming through to try and help out as well. So for C9, I'm a big fan of this composition. Maryville themselves have found themselves a fairly decent standpoint as well for their game. Let's not say that they don't, that they don't have a decent composition, because they've still got themselves one heck of a team fighting comp, and they've got themselves a very real possibility to find an early game lead with Jace Lee Sin as a top 2v2. There's very few that can parallel that.
They really aren't. They really aren't. And if you can shut down the Gangplank early, who's actually pretty farmable, early as scaling champions go, as top laners go, doesn't have a whole lot of escapes. If he does get behind, and especially not into the slows and knocks from MU, you could really find yourself in a world of hurt. And a lot of this comes down not just to the top jungle duo of Chippies and Odd Orange, but to how Speedo plays around it, because we have seen so many fights and so many games even be determined by who is winning these. And if Captain Shrimps can throw a few ganks into that top side, we can see Maryville lose their footing just as quickly. There's only one way to find out what'll happen in Game 5, though, and I'll tell you what that is. That's to throw us to a very quick break before we get on to the race. welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for what is our final tonight. I can say that with no doubts in my mind. I'm unmuted. The game is off to a great start, and one of Cloud9 Amateur or Maryville U will be walking into the finals at the end of the night.
And this game now has a little bit more weighting to it as well. Zeus Gaming did take a game back off of Wildcard Red over on the Academy stream here, so a potential to fight off against Zeus a little bit more restored here in the finals of Champs League, but are still a long ways away. We've got ourselves our own Game 5 to deal with before those guys even get past Game number 4 yet, but... all being said and done, we got ourselves some spicy picks out of the draft here for game number 5. Captain Shrimps piloting this Xerath in the mid lane. I'm definitely going to be curious to see how this one's able to pan out, because on paper, it looks really good for C9am. But if, previous expectations or anything to go off, maybe it doesn't look quite so good, as early trades across all sides as Inflade connects.
Shady taking a big chunk of damage there as well. Has gone with the Guardian here, not the Aftershock.
What is happening?
Doesn't give it as much tankiness, and Speedo really reclaiming some control of this lane as well, doing well for himself up in the top side, where XU has started once again, choosing to go that top to bot path.
GP zoning Jace at level 1. That is something that you don't often see. I think the GP's level 1 is actually one of the strongest in the game just because of Trial by Fire. But then after that, when we get level 2 and more abilities start coming through, Chippy should start cycling this lane into his favor. So we'll have to wait and see if that one happens to come through here. But for the time being, Speedo is definitely handling this lane fairly well.
He's straight vibing, and as the gangplank and pool party no less, he's definitely going to be happy setting up camp. Well, for now, Odd Orange is yet to disturb him, but as he comes into the top side of the map, Lee Sin can really throw a wrench in the plans.
Lee Sin is definitely one of those powerhouse junglers in the early stages that can capitalize on an overextended lane. Speedo has put his ward down early enough to spot out Lee Sin should we see Odd Orange make his way over there. But that being said, it might not make too much of a difference if the gangplank is pushed just too far forward. He could very well be caught on out. But look at the creative pathing here from Odd Orange. Instead of walking through the ward, going to walk all the way round, try and ward hop over the wall. And again, even more inventive from Speedo, rather. I mean, not so inventive here, but just backing away so far. You might not see the Lee Sin on the ward, but he knows that something's awry.
And he knows, more importantly, that he doesn't have the backup from XU to rely on as well. It's not about buying time up here, it's about drawing pressure, and that's exactly what he's doing. It interrupts Odd Orange for just long enough as well that XU gets to go on an invade and potentially take away these Krugs in the bot side.
And actually, stealing away those Krugs is definitely something that junglers are going to be happy about. XU in this case, able to pick himself up essentially a full extra camp, and one that is not going to be traded by Odd Orange is a very real advantage being obtained early on. Now, the wave isn't in a position, nor are the champions and health bars in a position to facilitate a dive at this point. But, getting a little bit of an advantage is able to recall with extra amounts of gold. So it's a hook hitting bot.
Oh, Breezy ignited as well. This last auto will claim first blood, but XU's here to claim it right back. Azog forced to flash away as double teleports come into this bot lane. Crucially, only Captain Shrimps joining as Speedo's already burned his, so now no globals are available for Cloud9.
No, Chippy still has his TP up and ready though, and we are seeing that despite the bruising that Chippy's is taking, he's actually ahead in that CS department, so as much as the fighting is coming down, is Speedo looking to dive?
He's thinking about it for sure. The Trial by Fire doing a lot of damage, but the parlay not connecting there will mean that Speedo barely gets out alive as he's still on the hunt for Chippy. Is looking for that last Q, but not gonna find it. Means that he gets to crash this wave, even up the CS a little bit, but really assert his dominance over Chippy's.
That's the main part here, flexing out and how much this GP can do, in fact, in the early game. Able to force Chippy's back to base. Now, worth remembering that Chippy's has teleport here, so we'll be able to come back to the lane a little bit later on. Does miss out on the majority of that wave under the turret, but still able to get himself a good enough amount of CS here to come back to lane with a little bit of dueling power. Corrupting Potion tier, Doran's Blade, the current inventory for Chippies, and 2 starting items plus a tier going to be scaling himself up quite nicely into a mid-game position.
Certainly will be. Can we tune into Captain Strips in the mid lane, though? Yet another off-meta pick, or not one that I had expected to see coming into the day, and he's doing all right for himself, but interestingly enough, is also down in CS, and that's something that is going to start stacking up, and it's already started to in a big way, as Spyrax makes his way up the top side, and Speedo doesn't have the tool to deal with this right now. Not only is going to be losing out on the gold from that wave, but is giving more over to Chippy.
Maryville University striking first here in the 5th and final game, and again on the bot side.
Oh, he barely gets out alive there. Should be able to escape, but Breezy might not be so lucky, because this Thresh is going to have the death sentence off cooldown very shortly, and just barely under the tower, not going to be able to dodge.
Azog gets himself another kill down here, and on the top side as well, Chippies gets away with it.
Just gets worse and worse. His Axew's gonna give over his life as well. Auto Orange is just autoing him to death. There's no need to play dangerously and try and have Chippy's approach when Lee Sin can beat you down.
Shady, is he gonna go for the solo bolo here? Oh, okay, the nets. 90 calibers are enough. If it had been 85, wouldn't have been able to break out of there, but still finding the escape route. Another quick turret there for Azog. Quick plating picked on up as Auto Orange going to be able to absorb this wave on the top side. You notice the XU is level 6. They're very grateful for the lead.
I really like the hook from Shady there as well. Keeps the engage from Breezy from meaning anything, and he and Azog get to continue vibing, much like Speedo was earlier, but now in this bot lane. Up 4 kills are Maryville, and although things started off well for Cloud9, it seems like they've very quickly fallen apart to the tune of about 2,500 gold.
Well, and once again, there's only so many times we can say this, but if Maryville are dictating the pace, they're winning. If C9 are dictating the pace, and they're the ones that thrive under the chaos more so than anything else, they love to take these weird scraps, just coin flip a fight in games around 5 minutes. For reference, ladies and gentlemen, they 3-0'd Resolve in the quarterfinals, and game number 1 of that was over within about 10 minutes, right? The game's length, technically, about 22, but the game itself was decided on a 5v5 coin flip fight around the river at about 5 minutes in, with everybody TPing down for seemingly nothing. And this is the style that C9 Am really thrive under, where they can take these early game skirmishes, take those early game fights, and open up the map through that methodology. Now, they're in a game this time round where they do not have that agency, they do not have that option, because they're so far behind already.
What they do have is level 6 XU coming down to the bot side.
Oh, no.
It might turn into a dive here as well that would really put them back on the board. Azog and Shady don't have that much safety, and the Cannon Barrage is coming in, already trapped. It's going to be a kill landing onto Azog, and a second one to follow it up. Funnels gold into this Diana.
Yeah, Wixie unfortunately unable to pick up either of the kills, but does get out to safety, doesn't go down, and does end up finding 2 kills onto a Diana. At the end of the day, an assassin jungler getting kills is still very worthwhile, and we'll be able to deal with Azog fairly well in the later stages of the game. Really good use of the Cannon Barrage as well, 2 cheeky assists, but Speedo was much needed. We'll be able to pick those ones up, and obviously down a significant amount of CS right here. It's definitely feel a little bit worse for wear up against the Jace.
Drake, that's how we say it, gets picked up as well. And that's going to be yet another thing in the favor of Cloud9, even if it is just so small. Shady rotates up to the top side at 9 minutes 20 seconds to be able to secure what I'm expecting to be a Rift Herald play for Maryville, something to get themselves an objective and response.
I was about to say, dear, even at gold level, the supports roaming to the top side at 20 minutes is a little bit late, unfortunately. Here, Shady is making his presence felt a little bit earlier on here, trying to look up to that top side. And traditionally, we see teams pivot their bot lane up to the top side to try and find some agency around that Rift Herald. But this time round, Maryville have got themselves a much stronger Jace than they do in Aphelios, so they want to keep that Jace on the top side. If they're talking about relative strength of carries, if you keep Azog down, keep him farming on the bot side, he's going to be able to reap his rewards in a couple of minutes all the same. But for the time being, your Jace is in that power house right here. He knows exactly what he can and can't do, and it's pretty much the sole reason for Maryville's success on the top side.
And I want to see that continue to snowball, and even more so, assisted by the mid lane. Spyrax having hit not just the level 6, but even further now, still has the ability to Realm Warp up to make things a numbers disadvantage, and that's what is so powerful about both of these mid laners, actually, is their ability to, and their willingness as players, to leave their lane and to find plays elsewhere.
And elsewhere, you know, it's pretty fine margin, more so than anything else, because they've got so many areas of the map that are struggling, are not looking too great. And on the other side, you know, we're seeing this top side right now. Maryville able to handle it, find themselves one turret in an instant. XU forces the flash. Spyrax with insane reaction times right there. The second Diana hops out of that brush in Fog of War, by the way, Spyrax is just away from that.
And it's a good thing, too, that even at the end of the best of 5, in the final game, that he's still on top of it, that he's still ready to make those snap-second decisions. And it keeps him alive in a time when you do really need it as Maryville. You can't be giving over more kills to the Diana. Instead, you can take in the mid lane, as you're going to be getting not just the Rift Herald charge, but a shutdown on XU as well, heralded by Shady, and maybe even more, while Wixie is forced to flash away.
Herald going down, does take a load of plates. Now Leona under fire.
Ooh, Breezy is not that broken on the Leona there. Fortunately, he's going to end up going down. It's a trade of kills, to be certain. And Shady gives his life away, but it is for the greater good of Maryville.
Dear, look at the plates right now for C9 Amp. They are falling down at the seams right here. So far, of the 15 that are around on Summoner's Rift, at least for the C9 Amp's turret defensive sides, they've got 3 remaining. 1 in mid, 2 in bot. Top lane already taken off the face of the earth. Maryville here, you know, their gold lead might not seem like it's coming from just CS leads and just the kill leads, and that's because it's not. It's because those turrets are giving so much gold on their own. The plating's going down. It's very rare that we see an example quite as stark as this. But this is definitely a bit of a clinic on how to secure those plates and how to generate advantages with every single ability.
It's turned into something to the tune of about 4,000 gold right now, and that is no small thing, especially when it starts turning into first mythics. We see already that as they start to roll in a little bit, you know, it's everybody. Everybody has them on Maryville, where Cloud9 just have a few.
XU does find himself in a little bit of trouble and might actually be able to turn this back around. Flashes on to finish off Chip. I was curious to see who was going to come out on top of that one. Fortunately, the Rite of the Arcane is enough to finish off the job and give it a little bit of agency to the Diana.
That'll give you a little bit more cash in the bank for your mythic item as well, which Diana is sorely lacking right now. As an assassin, you really do want that extra oomph that comes with the mythic, and Azog being hunted right now, gonna be able to escape with his life. But all of that, all 3 members in the mid lane, means that you get to run the rest of the map as Maryville.
Turret, oh my god, under fire.
Yep, Speedo gonna go down under the tower right now, as Odd Orange, curiously enough, is the one to pick it up. Great Zanya's here, might still spell the end of his life as he ends up eating the ace in the hole. Another 2 kills are going to go over to the side of Cloud9 as they search down their third. Odd Orange might still get one back. Those shrimps so low, but not going to be finished off.
Yeah, you know, they can run them up, but only so far here. C9 Amateur clapping back right here, trying to level up this kill score right now, and they make themselves pretty well close to doing so, but that gold lead still incredibly favorable for Maryville. League of Legends more about just kills, or more than just kills, is what we're all about here. Looking for those turrets, looking for those objectives. Something that C9 are really lacking in. The only real lead that they have is that they have that single Cloud Dragon, which is honestly about to get traded back because Maryville should have complete control over this ocean.
I want to ask you in this game, Rudude, because I've seen it before from Wixie, and I keep going, you know what? It actually makes sense this game. They've got a lot of dive. You don't want to die. I understand. Why Immortal Shield Bow on the Caitlyn this game?
You know, I think that you've been justifying it rightly in your own mind. You know, the dive is really strong, but this time round, I think there's still enough to warrant it. I maybe would have liked to see Gale Force here. You know, Jace and Lee Sin are still going to be diving on you, so your Immortal Shield bow will have some level of effect. But as well, I'm right there with you. I would have quite liked to see Gale Force, but it's a 50-50. I could have seen either. You know, this is one of those games where Caitlyn has fairly free reign over what mythic she goes for, and I'm not really going to be too bothered either way.
Yeah, certainly doing just fine right now, as are Maryville. Case. Definitely not the things that Caitlyn is the most happy about, but will be able to ideally deal with these people at some point, as right now they're taking everything they want on the Rift, having already grabbed that dragon, revealing that there will be an Infernal Soul to grace us for the final game of the day. Maryville are going to get their second Rift Herald of the game as well, and with all 3 outer turrets already gone for C9, this next Rift Herald could very well spell a section of the base.
You know, they've taken so many turrets already that you are quite right. They were able to pick up themselves a dragon as well. That's that Ocean one going down in their back pocket. Going to be feeling very comfortable about that one. And Leeds just continuing to grow across the map right here. You're seeing Chippy's actually opt into the Hextech, or not Hextech, excuse me, the Maw and the Hex Drinker rather, for the time being. So really valuing that magic resistance up against the likes of Exu, up against the likes of Captain Shrimps. And in the 1v1 against the Jace, all he needs out of that item is the little bit of AD up against the Gangplank rather, because he's actually so far ahead.
He certainly is, and it's not feeling good for Speedo at all. Even with the small early lead that he was able to accrue, it's very quickly been taken away from him to the tune of about the 50 CS right there. And as we look across the board, things aren't going too well for Captain Shrimps either. 40 CS down in the mid lane isn't exactly what you're hoping for, and in those 2 solo lanes, those are the things that, interestingly enough, complete the story that we're thinking of for Maryville at the start of the night. The solo lane difference that they have.
Spyrax caught though, Solo Flare connects.
And Caster Curse is indeed strong with this one, as Spyrax walks into no vision and dies.
Just like that. You sound like David Attenborough, obviously with a very Canadian accent there. But either way, coming out, you know, stepping into Fog of War, never really a good idea if you don't know where players are. Spyrax really does cost himself his life, cost himself a little bit of gold as well, but he's going to be very greatly received by C9am. Evens up that kill score, and the gold lead slightly subdued once again here now. You know, we've got to remember the sort of stakes of this game right here. 5 games to be played, or have been played, the 5th one in progress, for a place in the final of Risen's Champions League. And, you know, we're looking at C9am, who had a pretty rough start to the Proving Grounds trials, really, outside of not just Cup, but the first Proving Grounds event that happened in spring. Coming into this final now, or into the semi-final in Risen, where this is by far their best showing, really, in any sort of event, any sort of tournament. And, well, they're finding Shady here, who has got Flash to get out to safety and does use it. So C9am not quite hitting the marker right there, so a little bit disappointed, but again, these guys are looking once again toward the top lane now. Spyrax in trouble.
That's the thing, they keep looking here, and eventually you're going to come up heads, although Spyrax is going to be able to escape just in the nick of time, using the Realm Warp to get out to safety, and XU is left holding nothing.
Very little gained for both of those players, to be honest, right? You know, Realm Warp burned, Moonfall burned, and honestly, I think the Moonfall a bit more of a important cooldown, more so than anything else, just because of its combat power really limits how much the Diana can do for the next minute or so. The Rise still going to be able to team fight, still going to be able to find that team fighting power if he looks to do so without the ulti. So no harm, no foul for Maryville, but C9am down a nice tool. And to Maryville here, a team that came in through the open qualifiers of this Cup, wasn't really their tournament, but again, this is their opportunity to go from open qualifiers all the way through to the finals here, and potentially 2 Proving Grounds with that. They've already taken down one of the potential finalists here in Wildcard Red, the previous winners of Challengers Uprising, the first tier 2 that we got to see. So this tournament in particular, is going very well for them. They're kind of peaking at just the right time off the back of a really strong LAN victory as well. A loss to C9am here is going to do heartbreaking things to them.
Yeah, absolutely would. And C9 are not going quietly here, which is crucial for them as well in their history of Arisen Champions League. I want to see them continue to write their story, and that's exactly what they're planning on doing, despite what has been a early game full of suffering. As we hit the 20-minute mark, they're still only 3,000 gold behind, and the later this goes, and the more that we get to rely on people like XU and Breezy on the Leona Diana to make the difference, the more I start pushing this in Cloud9's favor.
Infernal Dragon up to spawn though, and for the time being, it looks like it's going to be Maryville favoured. With C9 walking their way back through their jungle, that one is going to be conceded. It's the first of what could very well be 4 or 5 here in this game, with Maryville and C9 constantly trying to go blow for blow on those Drake takes. First one going over to Maryville. A little bit of a lead here once again. And we talked about just right there that the gold lead is still at this X factor, right? It's 3,000 right now. And hasn't grown at all in the last 10 minutes or so. Maryville has sort of taken their foot off the gas, and we're seeing actually XU really try and force a bit of a pressure onto Spyrax on the Rise, because Rise doesn't really deal too well with Diana, ladies and gentlemen, in case you couldn't tell. And now that with the Rite of the Arcane being called, nice little Lantern, Realm Warp, whatever it may have been to get back out to safety, but you can see a lot of expenditure to try and keep Spyrax down, because this guy has been an absolute indomitable force this entire series.
And on the Rise as well is going to be something terrifying in the late game, especially when going up against things that we had spoken of, like the Diana and Leona. Well, he might not deal well with Diana in isolation. With a little bit of peel, Rise is going to machine gun through that. And that's the terrifying prospect here, is that the consistent damage from Maryville can outlast the burst. Because if one of Aphelios or Rise survives the onslaught from Diana, from Gangplank, from Leona, they're going to be able to eat you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Now, I want to take this time to look at the item differences here between the teams. Now, Chippy's is 3 items on this Jace, up against 1.5 for Speedo. And that is the biggest difference that we're seeing so far. If we could get the chance to toggle the gold, you will see that that is exactly where the difference is being held. 3,000 is the difference in this game. It's also the difference in the top lane here. And, you know, we're seeing slight discrepancies between the jungle and the mid laners, however that may be construed here. Rise about a needlessly large rod ahead of Captain Shrimps on this Xerath. But now looking to face check with Baron actually up and available. They could be in trouble.
Breezy getting hooked, though, is the best case scenario. Even with that Eclipse burning, though, he likely will go down, and it's up to Wixie and XU to make this up as they look for odd orange. They might be able to find the deadly damage. Going to be just in time, as well as XU flashes out to safety. The Rite of the Arcane, providing the support damage from Captain Shrimps, makes it so it's Maryville University's fight to run from, and they manage to do so with the Realm Warp to assist Spyrax on the way out.
So 1-for-1 there off of an engage that Maryville started. Doesn't matter that Chippies is so far ahead because he really wasn't a part of that fight. Forced one Shock Blast and, you know, a flash away from XU over the wall, and then just about missing the marker on collecting the kill. But again, if you're not using your fed Jace with all of your gold lead, you're just not going to be winning those fights. And that's the exact example that we get to see right there. We also saw Odd Orange slightly fail the flash as well, kind of face planted into that Raptor wall right there. So again, a little bit missing the marker on these tight micro decisions. But did get the kill, did find the 1-for-1 trade. Obviously onto a Leona, it's not necessarily the target that you want to be picking off, but if you're able to find that freely, you will take every single kill that you can get.
Absolutely will, and things are only going to become more problematic for Maryville as they have unfortunately not been able to snowball nearly as much as I thought that they would be able to, and everything is stalling out across the map. Cloud9 very comfortable farming up in the side lanes, even those missing turrets right now, and nobody's more happy than Speedo, who's been left alone.
I think he's absolutely chilling, really, on the Gangplank. Really not anything for him to be worried about right now. Just the Sterex gauge in the inventory has got plated steel caps as well, so safety up against the Jace, something that is fairly abundant right now for this Gangplank. Obviously not going to be too easy for him to start taking 1v1s, but it will make it a little bit harder for the Jace to solo bolo out on that bot side of the rift right here. Chippy's continuously just looking for any scraps of gold that he can claim, and I say scraps like he's been on food stamps this entire game. He really hasn't. 243, second highest CS in the game right now, only bested by the insane number that Spyrax has been able to accrue, over 10 CS per minute, nearing 11 really, 266 right now. So an incredible performance out of both Spyrax and Chippies, these solo laners for Maryville, looking to be these hard carries, looking to be those team members that make all of the difference. From way back when at the start of the night, we talked about the solo laners being their advantage, their raw micro mechanics being better, and with more gold in their back pocket, this is the exact chance for them to show it.
Might just be that one trigger pull that matters the most is Azog. Gets the trigger pulled on him. Ends up getting chunked out a little bit. But as long as you can delay this fight, you've got the pusher in the top side. Spyrax with the teleport can join his team at a moment's notice. But Cloud9 want to take the fight around this around this dragon.
They can give this quite happily here. If they're getting an inhibitor turret on the top side, that really doesn't matter. They also have Thresh to get a steal.
Oh, and it's going to be Diana that ends up securing it, but Auto Orange, crucially, did try and go for the steal, almost found it as well. Has found several tonight already. We'll see if that inhibitor tower does end up going down, as Speedo has walked his way up to the top side to try his best to combat that, and will leave the turret at the shred of HP. Spyrax has the Realm Warp, so this would be a hard catch.
Yeah, I can't imagine they overcommit too much for this. Maryville should be able to at least find something on the other side of the map if they do so, and they don't. So this is a sort of nothing play really by either side. Nice damage from Spyrax onto the tier 3 turret, but not getting it crucially means that it's C9am effectively getting a dragon for free, and that's exactly what they want. Leveling up that score. We've seen the dragons really be oddly contested, I will say. The 2 games 2 and 3 where we saw Maryville ahead and just giving them up for free, but now this game they're doing the same thing really, where they're up 4,000 gold right there, giving away a dragon for absolutely nothing on the top side. So it really does boggle the mind quite what is going on here in terms of the decision making, and I'd love to pick their brain, see what was quite going on. And now they're looking maybe toward this Baron here. As Orange just started up while clearing vision. I'm not sure that it's entirely his plan, but may just be to find some passive box.
Doesn't seem too intentional. What was very clearly intentional, though, was a dive from Maryville University onto Wixie. They chunk him out, they burn the heal, and they put Cloud9 on the back foot as the vision gets cleared out around Baron, no less. Wixie has had to take a reset, and now Maryville University unironically start this Baron.
Azog has Gravitum.
And he goes for the pick as well. Captain Shrimp's very low right now, but that sliver of HP makes all the difference, especially with the right of the Arcane up. We could see a contest for the Baron, and in goes XU, stealing away the pride and joy of the Maryville roster. Spyrax gonna be able to find a kill back here, but Breezy assassinates him as well. You get out, you cut your losses, because Cloud9 just stole the world.
2 for 2 off the back end of it, dear, but C9am, they're going to be so happy with that one. XU breathes a sigh of relief right there. He's able to flash over the wall, finds the steal at the pivotal moment, and not only keep his team in the game, keep them in the series, keep them in Champs League.
And even better, Speedo's able to keep the towers closer to even as well, equalizing in the bot lane what has happened in the top lane, moving all the way up to that inhibitor tower. Next comes the top lane. We'll be keeping our eyes on how that one pans out over the next 2 minutes, as Baron's going to be ticking, and so will the timer, down to that next potential fight.
And this is, important to remember, that whilst the Baron goes into the back pockets here of C9, they still don't control the pace. They still don't control the tempo of how this game has been played. It would take a pretty big investment from them to start making plays around the map, and a lot of these turrets that are still standing for Maryville aren't going to get focused down just yet, because the Baron, as much as it's a nice tool to have, it was really just a mitigating factor. It stopped Maryville from closing out the game. It's not going to start allowing C9 to do so unless they find another fight.
But it does do something really nice here, and that is give you constant information on where Maryville are, because you can't let these Baron minions get out of control. You know that somebody is constantly going to be coming to answer you, and so Cloud9 get to play with that information right now. They get to see 3 members trying to set up a play in mid lane, and they can make one of their own. Seeing that they have Spyrax and Chippies up topside to Maryville, Cloud9 actually end up cracking the mid lane tower.
Okay, so Azog now a little bit more scared, I guess, underneath mid lane. That tier 1 turret going down. The safety that Aphelios previously had has now been removed. Of course, still has Shady here to try and give off a little bit more safety with that Dark Passage. But what we are seeing here, which is a little bit of a byproduct of just the draft that they've got themselves here for C9 Am, is that they're splitting gold. Mid lane, it's Captain Shrimps as well as Wixie both sitting there collecting waves. Now, this isn't something that you see all that much and isn't too often a big deal. But if this continues to be a thing, then and continues to be a theme of this game, could well be in trouble as the experience starts to mean more and more as the game goes later and later. You know, you don't want to be splitting that experience with anybody, and if you can help it, you want to be getting solo lane experience about as best as possible.
That's something that Speedo's done exceptionally well so far on the Gangplank. Highest level in the game right now, or technically same level as Spyrax, but did ding it first, so has that extra lead here. And that might start translating into fight victories sooner rather than later, since he's also got the Ravenous Hydra. We'll see how much impact this Gangplank has in the fight to come, because it's certainly going to be relevant as he goes up against Spyrax on the side with the backup of Captain Shrimps, and the Dragon gets started. Spyrax already so low. The right of the Arcane, not going to find the kill here, but Breezy is more than ready to, and Speedo ends up taking it. Now with Maryville on the back foot, Cloud9 not only get the kill, but they can get the Dragon as well, and they might just be able to take future fights.
Going to put themselves now onto Soul Point here. 5 minutes time, we are going to see another brawl for this Dragon. This game, you can see both teams tentative is a bit optimistic a word right here. Neither one of them wants to make the misstep that cost them the game, but so far, C9 Am have done a very good job. About 10 minutes ago, we were looking at it 10k or a 4k gold lead. Looking at it right now, absolutely level pegging right here. There is nothing to separate these two teams outside of that first dragon that they, or that third dragon that they've just now secured. Everything on the line here with game number 5, the Silver Scrapes fully underway. It's an absolute banger, dear, and there's nothing else that we could have expected out of the 5th game.
It literally could not be more even at point, and with C9 able to claw their way back in, it makes me sweat. It really, really does, dude, because we've seen the XU Breezy combo, but we just saw what Speedo can do on the Gangplank, and I don't think anybody was ready for this, let alone Maryville. All of us in the audience, like, I'm sitting here going, where could we have expected this?
You know, and you expect it when somebody blind picks Gangplank, to be honest. That's about your biggest indicator. Is if somebody says, I don't care what you're going to play into me, I'm going to pick Gangplank. I am good enough to best anything that you've got. And we're seeing that firsthand right here. He's got, level 18, highest level in the game, still not matched by Chippies nor Spyrax yet. And they've been off in the side lanes for absolutely ages. 4 items across both top laners. We saw previously that the gold lead was something like 3,000 for Maryville's top laner over Speedo. Imagine that would not be the case right now as Chippy's caught out.
It's likely going to go down as well. It's along with XU, and it's Spyrax that has to get out to safety using the Realm Warp. In the mid lane, though, this signals the start of a play. Azog goes for it with the Gravatum, but the hook barely goes wide there, and Speedo is going to be able to zone everybody off with this Gangplank. Doesn't have the ult anymore to buy space or find a catch, but it's still a very positive play for Cloud9.
Azog used the Gale Force, didn't use the flash there. I thought he did, but he's still with that flash to keep himself safe if necessary. The range there from Shady just lacking. I saw the play in their eyes and it really did look good. You use the Lantern Flash to get yourself in range of Gale Force auto attack, and they did they made the play, they made it happen. But unfortunately, Shady just didn't quite step up far enough to allow for that death sentence to connect, and then subsequently Odd Orange misses out on the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike as well, flashes forward. Does he get the steal?
He tried so hard, but he didn't get it. Now Azog has to clean up the mess while everybody is in the Baron pit. Captain Shrimps comes in on the flank, and XU deletes Shady and makes it a double as he takes down Azog.
Spyrax and Chippies, they've TP'd down here. They're going to get themselves an inhibitor for their troubles, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here, dear. We've had such a long game, 34 minutes. C9 have got, 27 seconds, 30 on the bot lane here. They've got a lot of time to make a big dent into this base.
I think they're going to be able to potentially take this as well. The inhibitor tower notwithstanding, this Caitlyn and XU barely even feeling Chippy's right there, was still quite low and wasn't taken down by that Shock Blast, so not really so scared of the big bad chippies no more. Now that we've got all these items under our belt, now that we've got the Zanyas, and now that Exu's just purchased himself a Rabadons, we gotta be more worried about the Diana this time.
Dear, I want you to cast your mind back to 6 minutes ago when we saw Exu steal away a Baron. He had absolutely no right stealing. Maryville with 4,000 gold to the good. They were sitting poised and primed to secure themselves the game. They lose the Baron, and C9 slowly whittle away their defenses. They pick up a little bit of gold here and there. One turret goes down, and they find a quick pick. But that's about it. Now, 5 minutes later, the second Baron has gone in their favor. They've just picked up 2 kills for themselves. They're now 5,000 gold to the good. They've got 4 items on their mages. They've got all the items in their inventory that they need to start breaking this game. And they could have just made the biggest miracle run in game number 5 to turn this game on its head, turn the series around from being 2-1 down to now potentially putting themselves and booking their slot in the finals of Risen's Champions League.
It's looking very, very likely, and it's up to these solo laners up in the top side right now to make that dream a reality. 3 level 18s all the way up there. 3 titans on the map with Speedo, Chippies, and Spyrax all hanging on. And it should be the Gangplank able to hold them off. We'll see what happens, though, as the Eternal Dragon gets started. Yeah, this would give Cloud9 a huge power spike, and it's only Spyrax that has the teleport here. They end up taking it, but Spyrax goes for a play with the cannon minion that isn't quite going to work out. He finds himself, yeah, in the base right now. This is not a good spot for the side of Maryville. They might just lose everything right now. Chippies and Spyrax both gone, and you might lose Captain Shrimps, but you are very, very happy about the way that the fight continues to go. And Cloud9, they're going to be able to wipe out 4 of your 5 members and march themselves straight into the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the game. That's the series. That's C9 Amateur upsetting Maryville here, a team that took down our challengers uprising champions. They're going to do it. They've only got on Orange to try and defend the base, and Speedo, he's just going to be able to deal with that so easily.
What is he doing? This is like absolutely recognition that Cloud9 should be able to win the game, and unfortunately, the odd play not going to stop them from doing that. They find the upset, they mix up the tempo here, and they take Maryville off their game to send themselves to the finals.
It took them 5 games, and it